Ta-da!
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Team Adventures. That's right, Mason. It's time for an adventure. Now, in the background here, you might notice we came in with some background audio.
Yes.
And that's because right now, my boy Prime Rib over on Twitch, he's checking out his Discord.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry, this is too hilarious not to share. My boy, he's a fucking Twitch partner, right? And Twitch has a thing where you're not technically supposed to show like glamorized feet images because it's a fetish, right? He's dead ass. He's giving a big middle finger to Twitch right now. Fucking checkmarked fucking account. My boy Prime Rib, I love this man. He's dead ass showing foot fetish with you.
I mean, that seems pretty stupid. I mean, as far as fetishes go, like, yeah, I understand it, but foot fetish is like, it's fucking harmless.
Yeah.
Nobody's getting hurt.
Oh my god, this girl just put whipped cream all over her fucking feet.
Nice.
Oh my god, she's hitting me with the chocolate syrup. Fucking foot Sunday.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What the fuck am I witnessing?
Oh, amazing things.
Yeah, witnessing all the piggies going to market all at once.
All at once.
This little piggy went to market. This little piggy stayed at home. This little piggy ate roast beef, and this little piggy had none. And this little piggy went right in your butthole.
Oh god, that reminds me. Oh god, Mason, did you ever see those shock sites when you were a teenager?
No.
You never saw like Two Girls, One Cup, or kids in a
I was insane enough to not go watch that shit.
Okay, so there was one of them where it was a big gay orgy, and a guy was putting his whole ass stump leg in another guy.
Oh.
Nice.
It was being done via a sex swing too. So they were like, it was two dudes rocking the sex swing, and the dude was like cut off like at the shin, like mid shin, and just like his whole ass up, like half of his fucking calf up to the knee was going into this other dude, and they were all geriatrics, like they were all like 70, 80, bro.
Lovely. Did, however, get trapped in meat spin quite a bit.
Oh! He's showing mine! He's showing mine!
Oh my god!
You got some really long toes. I don't know what's happening. Where's your pinky toe?
Where's your pinky toe?
Where's your pinky toe? He's showing your feet, Zack.
Lotion your feet.
Who said? He said, "Put on some lotion."
Well, guess what? Lotion your eczema.
There's that joke a lot.
Oh god!
Eczema roast. Dude, I'm sorry.
Oh god!
All right, you time me out. Go ahead, time me out.
Okay, and that was our boy Prime Rib over on Twitch, everyone. Prime Rib, Prime_Rib94 on Twitch. Go check him out.
If you want feet, you know where to go.
That's right.
That was all in his Discord server.
Oh my god.
So, before we get to the reactions, I want to talk to you about that TV show. Because I need to tell you about this shit. Because it was it was just right up my fucking alley.
Yeah.
to put it the most simple way.
Mm-hmm.
So this show, it's called The Woman in the House Across the Street from the Girl in the Window.
Yeah.
Oh God, this one. Yeah, you mentioned the name earlier this week. All right, let's hear it.
So, what if I told you that this show centers around a woman who has an empty life? She's grieving the death of her daughter. She's alone. Her and her husband are separated, and she lives in a house.
Mm-hmm.
Where she
Mhm.
spends
As
all
one
of her
does.
day. She spends all of her day looking out of the window. And then one day, a man moves in across the street with his daughter, and they have a nice little moment. Well, what if I then told you that night, while she's looking out of the window, she sees across the street, in his window, somebody being murdered.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun!
Okay.
But what if I then told you that this woman is an alcoholic who's mixing wine with prescription pills and is off the deep end with delusions, and you don't know whether she's crazy or this person's actually been murdered? I mean, you do know she's crazy because it was 100% confirmed at the start of the show when she
Right.
takes her daughter to school, and then it's revealed that the daughter is dead, and she's like, oh, how do I keep forgetting that? So this show centers around this woman who is an unreliable narrator, and you have no idea what's going on. You don't know whether this person's been murdered, whether she's imagining it, how much she's imagining. But then, what if I then told you that there's parody elements, such as the fact that she's afraid of the rain? But the reason that she's afraid of the rain and can't go outside in it is because her daughter died on a day when it was raining. Because, and this is minor spoilers for the first 2 episodes, her daughter died because her mum convinced the dad to take the daughter to work because it was take your daughter to work day.
Right.
But the dad was a forensic psychiatrist who worked with criminally insane murderers.
Oh.
So he takes the daughter to work and ends up having to leave her in the room alone, and she is then killed and eaten by Massacre Mike.
Oh, wow.
This show is acted brilliantly. There's some heartbreakingly great scenes, but there is some fucking stupid humor, and it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Oh, man.
There is a reveal.
Oh.
Now, one of the things that I love about this is that all these people, they have such overblown, dramatic backstories. There's this one scene where she thinks she's seen something, and she follows someone and demands them to show her the thing that she's seen.
Right.
When it's revealed what's actually in the bag, oh my god, it leads into this massively overdramatic, tragic backstory, and it's hilarious. And there's ridiculous lines that are just delivered with the straightest of face. Like this exchange where she says, she's talking to this woman, and the woman's like, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the tragedy after the tragedy. And then there's a pause for a few moments, and the main character goes, there was another tragedy? But it's played as if it's a completely normal show, and it's just... It's like they push everything past normal.
Yes.
But they don't quite make it to unbelievably ridiculous where you can't, you just can't take anything seriously. I loved it. I mean, it probably helped that I was super baked while I was
I'm sorry, Mason. I just you couldn't see it because, but I just had, dude, when you told me the thing about his daughter, I was literally, my mouth was agape for like a solid minute. He left his daughter alone in a room with a psychotic serial killer?
who they nickname Massacre Mike.
Right, yeah.
So this guy is just the dumbest human who ever lived.
Yeah.
Well, it's just brilliant because at first he's like, oh no, I don't think I should take her to work. That doesn't seem like a good idea. But like the wife is like guilt tripping him and like, come on, she really wants to be a normal kid, and it's take your daughter to work day, and eventually she convinces him to go.
Oh my god.
It's a straight up parody of psychological thrillers that hits all the right notes that psychological thrillers hit, and just takes them that little bit further than serious, but never quite like breaks the ridiculous for me.
Yeah.
It sounds like it kind of sounds like it's well, not quite like Kung Fury because it does break the ridiculous, but it sounds like Kung Fury in that it's a parody of martial art movies. But then again, martial art movies were already super ridiculous half the time, so it makes sense that Kung Fury just went full tilt. Yeah, bro. Yeah, gonna have to watch this. What's the full name again?
It's The Woman in the House Across the Street from the Girl in the Window. The final reveal, and what's great about it, right, is that it's so ridiculous. But at some point, and bear in mind these episodes are like 22 minutes long, so they're really bite-sized.
Okay.
At some point, you realise I'm kind of invested in this mystery. I want to know if this person's been murdered. I want to know how much of this is real, because there are so many parts that you're like, okay, so is she imagining that? Did that happen? And when the final like sort of reveal comes, it's so crazy and awesome, and just like the whole thing for me, the fact that it has all this ridiculous stuff and all these like one-liners, such as a point where a detective, and the detectives are so stupid in the show, it's brilliant. there's one point where the detective is like, he's asked about this person, she's like, no, he had a solid alibi, he was in this nightclub on that night. The only thing he slew was his dance routine. But she delivers it 100% serious, and it's so good. And the fact that they have all this ridiculous comedy means that when they have the serious moments, they feel so much more serious. And when the super ridiculous stuff comes, it feels so much more funny. Like the whole show juxtaposes itself, so that whatever it's doing, it hits so much harder because there's other things that it can be doing. Oh, I love it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's where is this on Netflix? Where is it?
Yeah, it's a Netflix original.
Okay, so they finally came up with something good again. Got it.
Oh, but now I do want to sort of bitch a little bit about it, but only in the realms of audio description. Oh my god, guys, the audio description is like, I mean, for the first couple of episodes, I just couldn't get used to it, and like, say the first 2 episodes, I wasn't sure about the show because I just couldn't get past the audio description, because it was like, so say when I watch Black Mirror, it seems like Black Mirror has been like, the audio description for it seems like it's been written as a separate script, and it like makes it feel like they've designed it for us to listen to. Although there are things in the Black Mirror audio description where they describe things as straight up wrong, and it's a bit of a mindfuck for me as to whether they've done it wrong or whether they're doing it wrong on purpose because it's Black Mirror and they find it funny to trick the blind people that are watching it.
Right.
But yeah, the audio description for The Woman in the House is just like, it's just bare bones facts, right? So it's just, woman walks over here, she walks over there, she picks this up, she pulls this. But there are so many useless details that I'm just like, okay, so you didn't bother telling me about this, but you're going to tell me, I don't know, the colour of the throw cushions on the settee. And I shit you not, at one point, she opens the door to this dude, and the audio description is just like, oh, man, honestly, some of the audio description lines sounded like really bad poetry. There was this one bit where it was like, At the door with a bouquet of purple flowers, a man with chiseled abs.
At the door with a bouquet of flowers, a man with chiseled abs. His hand waited, trembling at his side. His eyes wet and dewy like a puppy's.
That's too descriptive. At the door with a bouquet of purple flowers, a man with chiseled abs. And literally, that's the only description we get of him, is that he has chiseled abs.
Oh my god.
And it was just...
my god.
I said to Lee, I was like, this audio description relies on you having had sight before, because there's so much of it that's like, if I had been blind from birth and I didn't know what a red fire hydrant looked like, then it just would mean nothing to me.
Right.
A black SUV style car, okay. What if I haven't seen one of those before?
Right.
But past that, the actual show itself, fucking mint. Go check it out, people.
Yeah, we will definitely do that. We will absolutely do that. We might have, Caitlin, it sounds like we might have to do a whole ass fucking review on this.
Yes.
We'll watch it. Here's what we'll do. We'll watch it, Caitlin, and then we'll do a stream where we just roundtable it.
Yeah.
That sounds fun. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Yep.
That gives me an excuse to have to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah.
How long ago did you watch it?
The other day. Like Monday and Tuesday.
How many episodes are there?
About 6 to 8, I think. I don't know.
Okay, that's not too bad.
And then,
okay, I was thinking there was like
22 minutes.
Yeah, I was thinking this was like a 10, 12 episode fucking thing, and you just told me that fucking...
you don't understand, mate. I am an avid rewatcher. I love rewatching stuff.
Okay.
Like, I have watched the entirety of Bones probably 4 or 5 times, because I just love going back and, like, I love seeing the shit that you didn't see before. Like,
yeah,
when you go back through something, it's like, especially if it's like an ensemble cast, you can watch it with like, okay, this time I'm going to focus on X character as the main character, and this time I'm going to focus on Y character. And as you grow as a person, there's different themes that you pick out of things, and there's different, different plots and messages that you take from it. And that's just why I really love rewatching things. As for the woman in the house, I think as somebody who has discovered this year a love of trying to write comedy, the balance of serious and ridiculous was just like, oh my god, this is my shit. These are my people.
The mothership is calling me home.
It's like somebody came to me and and it was a focus group, but just with me, and they were like, "What would you like from a show?"
Right.
Hold that thought for 1 second.
Gotta hold down the fort.
This is my church.
These are my people.
That's right. Oh my god.
Nice.
That sounds brilliant.
It's so good. I have a feeling that you'll appreciate it more than Zack.
Yeah.
Just because I know you will have read the type of like trashy mom thriller that this will be, that this is like.
I've written a few of those.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. It's like one of those thrillers, but with like talk tube humor thrown in.
Oh my god!
I'm all in on it.
Oh, that makes me so happy, and I haven't even seen it yet. I'm like, oh yes.
Okay.
This like my jam.
All right.
Just feeding the guy in the basement.
Right. Yep. Yeah. He had to.
Had to give him another injection.
Yes. Well, his name is Bob, and if you don't feed his knees, then his knees will get very weak, and we have to feed Bob's knees.
So not only does he have Bob in his basement, he has his niece.
No, Bob's knees.
His niece?
his knees, like literally the hingy part of his leg.
It's so stupid.
Listen, man. Listen, Mason. Until he learns to feed his knees, we're just gonna have to keep him in the basement. Okay? You might think it's stupid, but a steady diet of Raisin Bran, and we'll get his knees. We'll get his knees on the right track, man. It's just he's just gonna have to learn to feed his knees. You know, I was down there today, articulating his leg back and forth, shoveling the Raisin Bran into the divot behind the knee. You know where you feed it, and he wasn't getting it. And he kept like, trying to fight me, so I had to keep like beating him. It's hard. It's hard, but Bob Sack will learn to feed his knees.
And now I'm picturing just a dark comedy, just centering around you with some guy in your basement that you like go down and like just torment. And then you just come back up to your live stream and you're like, Sergeant Ducky's so funny.
Yep.
Sometimes I'm glad that there's an ocean between us. Okay,
I can certainly understand why.
Okay, I lied all of the time.
Okay, I loaded this up today. I found this on my feed this morning, and I think it's a skit. The channel is Nilesy Niles.
Okay.
And the name of the video is How Women Be When You're Trying to Work Out.
Okay.
Speaking of skits, before you press play, I had a comment this morning on the Stalker social media advert. Someone had commented, "I listen to you all the time when I sleep with my girlfriend." I was like, dude's got me. I have no idea how to respond to that. It's going to be funnier than that fucking comment.
No. Here's what you should reply. You should be like, "Oh yeah, does my voice turn her on?"
That's too self-aware. I need the innocent obliviousness. Like, well, that doesn't make any sense to me because when you're sleeping, you can't listen.
Catch him. I just got married home, I left my heart out on the road. Baby, you know how to move it, always keep me on my toes. You know I like that dress on you, hit a pose. Got me counting every scratch just to see where it goes. Outside, I've been waiting outside to see your face. Baby,
okay. Got a guy working out, doing different exercises. Girl walks in.
No,
they're in the gym.
Sounds like.
What the fuck?
What are you doing here? What do you mean, what am I doing here? How did you even get here? I walked all the way from home and then I had to catch a bus here. Why would you catch a bus? For what? I came to talk. To talk about what? Like, I just feel like we got a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding did we have? I told you, I said, I was coming to the gym to work out. I know. What misunderstanding is there about working out? I'm not talking about the gym, babe. I'm saying because, like, why you didn't go to sleep? I tried to sleep. I'm at the gym working out. But I can't. Why not? Because I feel like my feelings are just being disregarded. Like, how am I disregarded? I went to go visit my mom. It was
meanwhile, me sipping my coffee behind them, sitting in the cafe.
That is something every now and then. Oh God, my mind just is like, what is life like for Mason? Because like when shit like you told me, when shit like this goes down, you just like perk an ear up, and I'm just like,
oh, 100%, dude. I'm a nosy bastard. I am like a 28-year-old curtain twitcher, mate. Seriously, if I was somewhere public and this was happening, I would have to hide my face because the shit-eating grin on my face would be like a beacon. I have no control over my facial expressions, which is something I've been told all my life. Why are you pulling that annoyed face at me? I'm not. Well, tell your face that then.
Hey, my face does not have an inside voice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If I was listening to this, my face would be screaming, "I'm listening to this and having a great time."
Yeah, I'd be like, "Hey, does anyone have any popcorn?" Man, I'm gonna tell you, I have a slight confession to make. So, and I'm gonna have to look and see if I still have any of these notebooks. But one of the exercises that I used to do to be able to write really good dialogue, I was recommended to go and sit out in public and listen for people and write down the conversations.
A pastime that is only acceptable for a writer. Because if you're an architect, that's creepy as fuck.
Sometimes I like to just go and listen to the people, and then when I go home, I think about what they said, and then I grab the KY.
Oh
no! While I was out today, I was walking around, and there was a woman walking along talking to her friend, and the only part of the conversation I heard was, "So you know in season 2 when she has that cup?" And I turned to Lee and I was like, "That is a major enough plot point in that show that she said that to her friend, and her friend knew exactly what she was on about."
Right, yeah.
There's a plot point in the show in which some woman has a cup, and it's a major enough plot point that these two are talking about it while they're walking around having like a water cooler conversation.
Yeah.
That's it. That is pretty funny.
So did you see that show last night when she had that cup? Oh my god, I know. When she got the cup, I just couldn't believe it.
Bro, and then well, it was crazy. She filled the cup with liquid, bro.
Oh my god. It's a clue. Do you think maybe that was foreshadowing?
Oh, definitely. Because now, at some point, she's gonna have to empty the cup.
Or it'll be shown empty, and yeah, it'll be like one of them cold openings in Breaking Bad where they're like panning through the house, up the stairs, into the bedroom, to the bedside table. The cup that you saw getting filled a couple of episodes ago, well, now it's empty. How did it become empty? Watch for the next 40 minutes while we explain.
Yes.
There's the Breaking Bad formula for you right there.
Oh, man.
Pretty much.
Look, a teddy bear in the pool. Are you wondering how the teddy bear got there? Better wait for the whole season before we explain it.
Right.
Oh, a pizza on the roof. I bet you're wondering why that's there.
Right.
Oh my god. Okay.
Anyway, let's get back to this domestic, because I want to know how he handles being told that he's disregarding the feelings.
Yeah, I was going back to it for sure.
I interrupted my workout for something that I said last week. No, I know I'm gonna let you work out, but can we just talk about that? But why didn't you just wait at home? I literally have to come back home. I live there. But now I'm saying my workout, it should not be more important than my feelings. I came to the gym because when I was at home, you never said you wanted to talk about anything. I'm showing that I care. You made it seem like everything was okay, and then now that I'm doing something that I want to do, you just came and interrupted it and said you wanted to talk. Now it's like, I'm just trying to work out. It's more.
I'm just trying to work out.
Like you didn't see me working out.
This is the point where someone just needs to just stop, tap them both on the shoulder, and just go, "You guys should probably just break up."
Right.
You guys probably aren't very good for each other. In this 2.5 minute conversation I've heard about between the two of you, you seem very toxic for each other. Perhaps try finding new romantic partners. Okay, bye. Just walks off doing like the Peter Parker walk in Spider-Man 3 when he's he's just got the symbiote and he's like doing the walking down the street
with the swagger.
Yeah.
with the like super over exaggerated white boy from the Hamptons swagger.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah. Just fucking, oh god, that movie. It's like I loved it, but I hated that I loved it, you know?
Let's just have all the villains.
Right.
I mean, to be fair though, it actually did a decent job of pulling off the three villain thing. It really did.
Well,
It actually managed to decently fit them all in there.
I love how everyone used to shit on it for having all the villains in. Now Avengers is literally like a multi-million, billion like dollar franchise. That's literally predicated on having all the heroes all in one place.
Right, exactly.
Oh, sure. Spider-Man 3 can't have all the villains, but Suicide Squad can.
Right.
It didn't even have all the villains. It had 3. And like I said, I never understood the criticism because the Green Goblin storyline was established through the trilogy. Sandman was decently explained. Sandman was decently explained and built up as a character. And Venom was decently explained and built up in the movie. Like, all of them worked. It wasn't a bad movie. Objectively, it just wasn't. It was not the best of the trilogy, but it wasn't a bad movie.
No, I completely agree. I never had a problem with it, and it was just one of those things where I was like, I think it might just be fashionable that you hate this movie.
Exactly. It was a fucking bandwagon. I 100% agree with you. It's like, oh, you're one of those people who just says stuff sucks when everyone else says it sucks. Mm-hmm. Got it. Yeah. Got it. So you don't legitimately like or dislike anything. You're a fucking sheep. Hey, sheep, that rock is awesome. Praise the rock.
Right.
What'd you say, Mason?
I said a bandwagon bitch.
Ain't nothing worse than a bandwagon bitch. Caitlin, adventurous affirmations. Ain't nothing worse than a bandwagon bitch.
Yep.
You're welcome to that term. I've used that term for approximately, I don't know, a couple of weeks. Basically, since running up that hill, started popping up on my fucking release radar on Spotify every week, and I'm like, oh, look, it's another bandwagon bitch.
Yes.
Wait, running up that have a bunch of people done running up that hill?
Oh, mate, yes. since Stranger Things like catapulted it back into like the public consciousness, I swear I've had a cover of it on my release radar every fucking week. It's driving me crazy. And the stupid part is that because I'm such a glutton for punishment, I see it, I'm like, oh look, another bandwagon bitch. And then I press play to see if it's any different than the other ones.
I love you, man.
Let's see if they've done anything different with it this time. Oh, no, they didn't. Oh, well. Oh, look, another one.
Oh, man.
In a way, though, no, real talk. In a way, though, I respect that because you know what? That is an insatiable curiosity, and I respect that. I truly do.
You know what we should do? We should go through and we should listen to all of the incarnations of it, and then
it'll take you hours.
And then rate them.
Yes, and then rate them.
Yeah. 3 hours later, we're all just sitting in separate corners, just like running up that. Like clawing our own livers out.
No. The liver is too deep. It's always going to be fatal. If you want to like claw something out just as a demonstration of pure madness, go for the floating rib. You can actually yank that out without killing yourself.
Well, I was going to go with clawing our eyes out, but that would be less bad for one of us than it would be for the other two.
Right, yeah.
Aren't you already missing one of them?
Well, yes, that was the joke, Zack. I don't need to claw out my eyeball because the surgeon already did that for me. That shit went into a chemical waste bin a long time ago.
If it was my eye getting removed, I'd be like, I want that bitch in a jar in formaldehyde. It's my eye. I want it.
Oh no, after what I went through, I was like, fucking burn that thing in the hottest fire you can find. Cast it back from whence it came, my mate.
No, I understand that perspective. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you how I would feel.
Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah.
a lot of people do similar things. I think my brother had an ingrowing toenail removed recently and kept that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I think it was mainly to wind my mum up because my mum is like, she's just funny like that. It's easy to wind her up. Whenever I talk about my surgery, I always describe it as having my eye scooped out because she hates it.
You want to hear something weird I did when I was about 14 that was toenail related?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I was a kid, I was pre-high school, so I was like 12, 13. I moved down there to spend some time with my dad. And so I was in Arizona, and my dad lived out in the boonies, and there was no internet, and there was like 3 TV channels that only played something good for like a few hours of the day. So, and he would go to work in the afternoon and work till evening. So I had nothing to do all fucking day. So I came up with a bunch of weird fucking hobbies to keep me sane. And one of my hobbies was I started collecting my toenail clippings.
You're not a real person, are you, Zach? You really are a sitcom character. The one where Zach laughs in his sleep. The one where Zach collects his toenails. The one where Zach has a guy in the basement.
He feeds the guy's knees with raisin bran.
With raisin bread. It's
Yeah.
got to be raisin bread. It's I've tested multiple food items. Raisin bran is the only one that sufficiently strengthens the knee. It's got to be raisin bread. Yeah, I'm just fucking nuts, Mason. Always have been.
Even though it's nothing like it, this skit kind of reminds me of. Have you ever seen Dane Cook's Brain Ninjas bit?
Brain Ninjas. No, I haven't. We'll look at it next because that's.
Yeah, I love that.
Dane Cook. Brain Ninjas. Yep, came up. Okay. All right.
I literally have weights here. Now, I was literally right here working out. I know, but I'm saying, why does it always seem like you just running away from the conversations that we supposed to be having? I just wanted to work out. Everything is not.
I just want to work out.
I'm trying to be healthy. I can't just finish my workout. I caught a bus like this. But why didn't you just stay home and wait till I was coming back home so we can talk? And you just.
I caught a bus like this, they say in their shower cap with a towel wrapped around them. Bitch. No one made you catch the bus, and no one made you not get dressed before the bus. But
oh man,
you don't care. No. So are you just saying I just want to work out? No, I'm gonna I know you're trying to work out, but I'm just saying I just want to talk real quick. It's like at this point, like it's a 40-minute conversation, 45-minute conversation. I can't just finish my workout. I know, but I just wanted to talk about my journey. I just want to work out. That's it. Now, that's it. But I haven't eaten in over 4 or 5 days now. I couldn't eat. I can't eat. Like you're an adult. Just eat some food if you're hungry. It's too much on my mind, and you're not trying to help. There are other things.
Says the guy. He's like,
trying to work out.
You're an adult. Well, says the guy who like isn't willing to take 10 minutes out of his workout to go and actually like talk about his partner's feelings.
I mean, I'm with the guy here actually, like, cause okay, let's look at the lore of this skit. Okay, what'd you say?
1 second.
God damn it!
I literally just as you came back at me, I'd literally just stuffed my mouth full of a chocolate biscuit. I said, of course you are, because you like working out. And I like talking about my feelings, which explains why we're on separate ends of this argument.
Hey, I like talking about my feelings too. I spent a year working with 2 therapists, okay? I'm no stranger to talking about my feelings and how shit makes me feel. I like doing that too. But listen, okay, just logically here. She's had 4 days at the house, apparently, where she's been not talking to this guy about this issue, and then she waits until he goes to the gym, which he clearly needs to do because he's overweight and he's trying to get in shape and he's trying to maintenance his health, do the responsible adult thing, and she waits until he's doing that thing that he needs to be doing for his well-being to come and fucking have this conversation. This is crazy bitch shit, Mason.
They really do be like this, though, sometimes.
I'm sure there's men like that, too, to be fair. I think people in general are just shite, for the most part.
I will admit, there are men that will do this, but it's more commonly a woman thing.
Yeah.
It is more commonly a woman thing. Absolutely, there's men that do it. Their crazy stalker boyfriends exist, stalker exes exist for sure, but this is more commonly a woman thing to do. Just saying.
And then these bitches will call people like me to complain about how he's not paying attention or whatever. And I'm like, okay, so I got both sides of this situation. I understand the context, and you were the one that was, being a child. Like, you could have waited,
I mean, regardless of what gender, if someone come up and tried to have this conversation with me in a public forum, I'd be like, you need to go away now.
Right. And I'm
a private person, and I'm such a hypocrite. I'm nosy, but private. I want to know your shit, but I don't want anyone to know my shit.
Hey man, that's just humans. That is just humans. Well, except the people who don't want to know anything about anyone else, but want everyone to know everything about them.
And if you want that, then sign up to Social Stalker Media today.
Shameless plug. Hey,
I don't do it often. Leave me alone.
I wasn't giving you shit. I was just saying what it was.
See this, Kate? He gives me shit about imposter syndrome, and every time I have a brief moment of being able to break through it, he points it out, and I have to go back into the imposter syndrome shell.
Oh yeah, so everything's my fault. I'm the asshole. Everything's on me.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sitting here in a shower cap in my bathrobe, and I wanted to have this.
Eating a chocolate biscuit.
No, that's gone.
He said, "Oh no, my fat ass ate that already."
It was like you heard its demise. Remember? And I was like,
It's demise.
Yes.
Hey, I muted my microphone so I could have it, and then it just so happened at that point Zach needed to say something to me. This is the last time I eat on stream.
Oh God!
Now on, I'll starve.
Okay, we've got like 17. We've got like 18 seconds here. Can we make it through 18 seconds of this without going on a fucking tangent, folks?
Probably not, but we can try.
We could try.
Through something, you can't go to the gym when we're going through something, and we need to get.
Oh my God, Mason, you couldn't see it. He held up deuces, and then he like fucking Star Trek teleporter faded into nothing.
Yes, because running away solves all your problems.
I mean, I gotta admit though, if I was in that same situation and she wouldn't just let me work out, I'd be like, all right, well, I'm leaving now. Like,
I mean, I would want to, but let's face it, where am I going to go? Because I'm probably going to walk into a window and then it gets extra embarrassing.
yeah.
Unless I've learned the layout of the gym, which, let's be honest, with how much I'd be going there, that's not likely. This is probably like my first time in the gym that I'm having this. Luckily, this would never happen, because if there's anyone more private than me, it's definitely Lee. And she would never, ever try to have this conversation with me in public.
Yeah.
Okay, how long is the Brain Ninja bit, Mason? Because the first video that pops up is like 10 minutes.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen it in a long time.
All right, let's see if this gets to the point.
That's what we want. Instant gratification. If we can make you cry, we feel like a winner. Now, let me tell you something. Let me tell you why you win 99.9% of all fights. Yep. And I'll tell you why right now. Here it is. Because you are mental terrorists.
All the women like, yeah, we are.
You are brain ninjas. And you know how to get in there with your katana and just cut us and disappear into the night.
Into the night. You know, people say that Dane Cook isn't actually funny. He's just fun to watch because he's like all hyper and enthusiastic. But I actually do think some of, like, it's just the way he chooses to the thing that makes Dane Cook funny is the way he chooses to say things. What he's saying actually isn't that humorous. It's like, okay, yeah, it's like slightly funny, but like it's the way he says.
It's the delivery.
It's the delivery into the night.
You know how to get in there and with your katanas and disappear into the night.
Exactly. I promise.
Yeah, get in there and just slice our brains to bits and then escape into the night.
I swear.
I believe you.
I just don't understand women because they're just like, they're so complicated.
We have got to do.
Don't understand them.
We have got to do like a radio show on your channel, Mason, where the three of us play the three brothers, and we have this it's scripted, and it's just like quick skits featuring these three brothers.
People would be like, the people on my channel would be like, the fuck is going on? Because without the context of our previous conversations, that's not going to make any sense whatsoever.
Like, we'll see, but context is for pussies. So.
But context is for pussies. Dude, I'm writing that script. We're doing it. Fuck it. We'll put it on this channel. I don't give a fuck, but we're doing it. Oh, man. Oh, my back sounds like Rice Krispies.
I'll tell you right now, this is how we do it, guys. I'm gonna help you so you know when it's coming next time, and you know how to maybe try to stop it from this encounter from happening.
You're in
the fight, okay? It's going back and forth. She's preparing to say a comment, okay? She's going to comment on tap that she's going to say. And it's the tiniest, it's just a little tick.
She's got a comment on tap.
She's got it prepared.
She's got it queued up, ready to go. All she has to do is press the button.
All she has to do is drop the bomb.
Dunna 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 dunna.
Attack size comment. But this is a fucking detonator. She's going to say it, and it's going to go deep into your cerebellum, and it's going to sit there. And at some point, 3 days later, 30 days later, it's going to explode, rotting you from within. I'm telling you right now. She's going to say this comment, and here's when you know it's coming. Physically, I can show you when it's coming right now. This is the physical movement that she's going to give to you. If you're saying, Dane, how do I know? How can I prepare myself? Here's when it's going to happen. During the argument, there's going to be a point where she's going to stop and change her game up. The minute she starts agreeing with everything you're fucking saying, look out! you are in trouble, okay? And I'll show you physically what's gonna happen. You're gonna see her leg do this. The moment her leg locks like this, you've just driven into Fuckville.
You've just driven to Destination Fox.
I love that line. You've just driven into Fuckville, and she's the mayor.
And she's the mayor.
And she's the mayor. So she's locked. They're loving it right now. They're loving it.
Yeah, Kate's like,
now at this point,
giving away our secrets.
No.
You know what's funny though? I've literally had this exact scenario happen with my mom multiple times.
I wonder if the comment is going to be anything like what she would say.
Well, let's find out.
she's going to start agreeing with everything you're saying, and that's bad. The moment you start hearing it go, you know what? You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I don't even know. Why would I even know? Because you're the czar of right. And we're all just floating in the sea of wrong as you go by and your ship is right.
That is all definitely shit my mom would say.
Yes. Same. Mine, and it annoys the fuck out of me.
It's the worst thing ever. I hate it.
I've never had that with my mum, but that's because my mum isn't she doesn't back down, basically.
Man, yeah, and I will tell you,
I'd prefer that.
Because having had to put up with that shit and knowing how fucking annoying it is and watching other people have to put up with it, it's something I was like, oh no, that is not something.
Don't you do that to me?
Yeah, it's like I'm not only don't do that to me, but I am not ever doing that to anyone else.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, just stop it.
Yeah.
Stop
it. That's right.
Stop it.
Yeah.
My mum, absolutely lovely woman, right? She's absolutely amazing. She's fucking terrifying. She's absolutely terrifying when she's mad. I have witnessed my mother throw a stack, one after the other, of Encyclopedia Britannicas across the room at whoever she's arguing with. Literally had a collection of Encyclopedia Britannicas, and this argument got to the point where she was like, "I said, throw. I said, throw.
Mine are around here somewhere. I had
Mason,
and heavy.
Mason.
Yes.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I bet your mom is great in bed.
Well, I wouldn't know, would I?
This isn't fucking Game of Thrones, bro.
This segment brought to you by the Hills Have Eyes production.
Just a bunch of filthy fucking degenerates. That's what we are.
I will happily tell you more stories about my mother, but probably just not on air.
Fucking brilliant. All right, let's go.
Please, tell me. Throw me a lifeline so I know. You're right. I didn't even know if I'm right about this. I could be wrong about right now, but you know.
But you know.
You know.
Right there. The minute she starts hitting you with that, you better be prepared, because there is a fucking torpedo in the water.
In the water.
In the water.
Okay, so physically, here's what she's going to do. She's going to lock the leg, and then after she's done with her little you're right, she's going to do something with her hand, with her arm. And it's always different, but it involves touching her own face and then doing some kind of windshield wiper movement.
Yep. Yep.
She's gonna vary it up, and it's gonna be something like this.
Oh my god.
And look for this.
Thank you, Dane, for explaining body language to somebody who's never seen it.
God damn. Yeah.
Now, let me tell you something. Let me tell you why women, you win 99.9. Look out!
Here we go.
You are in trouble. Okay, and I'll tell you physically what's gonna happen. You're gonna see her leg do this.
I knew that. Mason, just for context, I switched the video because I knew that because the one right below that one was actually video of him, and I was like, I want to see him do the leg thing to see if that's what they. And yep, that's it. Yeah.
My
Yep. The little flourish.
exact same thing.
Yep. The little flourish of the leg. The sway of the hips. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. That's it.
Oh.
Just start agreeing with everything. I don't even know if I'm right about this. I could be wrong about right now. You know. Why don't you tell me if I'm right now? Right there. The minute she starts hitting you with that, you better be prepared because there's a fucking torpedo in the water. And it's coming to get you. Okay, so physically, here's what she's going to do. She's going to lock the leg. And then after she's done with her little you're right, she's going to do something with her hand, with her arm.
Let's see if this is a thing too.
What was that?
Let's see if this is an action you recognise as well then.
Yeah, that's
Her
I'm
own
sure it
face.
will be.
And then doing some kind of windshield wiper movement.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
She's going to vary it up, and it's going to be something like this.
Yep.
And look for this. That's bad. No, you go ahead. Now, here's what she's going to do. She's going to pivot her body.
Ever happened?
Pivot, and then she's going to take 3 to 5 steps. 3 to 5. 3 to 5, and she's going to slow down. She's going to cock her head to the left.
Oh my
She's going
god.
to say the comment. She's going to say the comment, and here's the thing. There'll be no emphasis. It'll be very subtle. It'll almost be a whisper. And why is that? To make you listen.
Yep. Yep.
And it is going to be a destroyer of worlds. It's something like this, right? She does the thing. She's going to turn, and then she's going to go like this. Well, you're stupid like your father.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep. Every time.
And at first, that means nothing. At first, we laugh at it. You say it, you walk away, we're like, what does that even mean? Bye. We have no idea that you just fucking ninja'd our brain. We're going to be in the basement 40 minutes from then, just pacing. And it's going to slowly start to seep in. We're pacing back and forth, thinking about it. Stupid like your father. My father's a brilliant man! Explosion.
Oh my god.
Yeah, everything he just said.
Totally
Now,
accurate.
I have Dane Cook. Whatever happened to this guy?
I don't know.
The brilliant thing is,
Oh my
after
God,
he
he's
goes into-
50.
Is he?
How did that
Holy
happen?
shit. I had no idea Dane Cook was that old.
Gosh.
He's got to be like,
Oh my
he's got to be like mid-30s in that clip then, and he looks like 20s
Yeah.
from what I remember.
Yeah, in that thing we just watched, absolutely. He definitely looks like he's early 20s.
gosh.
What he says after that is that the women win the argument because after that we're just angry and all we do is shout and swear at them, and we just totally lose the high ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Thankfully.
lucky.
Go ahead.
I'm lucky because me and Lee are just way too chilled for that, so we've never had that sort of argument. I literally I couldn't tell you one like big blow up argument that we've had because it's just neither of us can be bothered. Well, an argument seems like effort.
Oh, I'm almost in love with that idea. A couple that like romantically shouldn't work. Like they're just so incompatible, but they just kind of ended up together through happenstance, and then they ended up both being like very lazy people, so they were never willing to put in the effort to have an argument to break up.
I'm not quite sure why you feel that they're incompatible.
No, I'm saying I think what you said and put it to an imaginary couple. No, I know you and Lee are great. I know you and Lee are great together from what you've told me. You guys are like fucking. You guys are like vanilla ice cream and chocolate syrup.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But yeah, in your scenario, 50 years later, they're just still together because they just can't be bothered to have an argument.
Yeah.
There's all this stuff that I resent you for, but getting mad it's so much effort. Yeah.
I just don't have the energy to bitch at you about it. Look, frankly, I think you're one of the worst people ever, but I just can't be bothered to articulate that to you in any meaningful terms. Yeah, well, you're the laziest, dirtiest woman I've ever met in my life, but, you know, I'm too lazy to clean too, so, I mean, it's also kind of my fault.
You know, I really resent you, but I can't be bothered to explain why. Well, I feel the same way about you. Okay, cool. Want to go get dinner?
Mason, Caitlin, I just love how the subtle changes this man does to his voice naturally, just like that. That was a whole ass character here and gone in less than 10 seconds. Oh my god, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Mason, I actually wanted to look at this a little bit with you and maybe get some of your British perspective on this. Do you know who Andrew Tate is?
No.
Okay. So Andrew Tate, I've known very little about him until just recently, and I still don't know that much about him. But apparently this guy is like in the manosphere. You know what that is, right?
No.
Okay. So the manosphere is basically just this like corner of the internet, this like collection of internet personalities and such, where it's making content for like modern men and the modern problems that men are facing. And a lot of the dudes are grifters as fuck. Like they are just the biggest fucking scam asshole out there. There was actually just recently a pretty big deal with a guy named Jack Dorsey, who is just the biggest fucking fraud. So, anyways, so Andrew Tate is kind of one of these people. I think he got his fame as a kickboxer, if I heard right. And this is a video from Penguin Moist Critical about him, and I just want to check it out and maybe get some commentary from you because this guy is.
Ooh, I've actually heard CoffeeZilla's new video on Tate's scam. I didn't see CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla posted a new video. Oh, 4 hours ago.
Oh my god. Okay. So the channel is CoffeeZilla. Charlie is checking out a channel called CoffeeZilla, and I've never heard of this channel, but the video he's apparently about to check out is I joined Andrew Tate's cult, and it was worse than I thought.
Aren't cults probably always worse than we assume they will be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shaking the hornet's nest of the Tate enthusiasts.
Oh no.
The top G's. He's got a death wish. We can check it out.
He's got a death wish.
From Hustler University, also known as Hustlerversity by those of us with the grind set. Created by this guy.
I'm talking to you. You think you're smart? I bought this coin and it's going up. You could have bought any coin and it went up in the last year. The Matrix was broken.
Hustler University is the greatest.
Ooh, I've actually heard that a lot. The Matrix is what does that mean? I've seen like a lot of YouTubers say that recently. What is
there's so many levels of reaction here.
Mm-hmm.
They're reacting to this guy, reacting to this other guy, talking about
Reactception.
Yeah.
ravings of lunacy that I used like I would.
You know, and I will say, in my opinion, as someone who joined Moist's community of fans sometime this year, and I've watched a lot of his content, I don't see the appeal of him on Twitch. His videos where he pre-records them are the level of humor is so much better, and like I think he's a chill dude, and I understand why people go to hang out with him for like maybe a social aspect, but as far as like his humor, a lot of his like on stream live humor it's just not as good because he just doesn't have the time to polish it as much, obviously, and he's not as good on the fly as me.
Sorry, at what point did you stop talking about that guy and talking about me instead?
Mason, I disagree. You're better on the fly than Charlie.
I'm getting better as we do this more and more. Like those first few streams, it was sketchy because I was like, I don't know what to say and when to say it, and I don't know how wild I can be. But now I'm just like, I can say whatever the fuck I want, and nobody will do anything about it.
That's right.
Zack has a guy in his basement. Yeah.
We can say whatever the fuck we want. We're in charge here. We've been running this game the whole goddamn time. Mm-hmm. And there isn't shit you people can do about it. I swear.
I believe you.
Every time you buy another Xphone Smart Droid product, you're increasing our power exponentially.
There it is. I love us so much. Caitlin, remind me to clip that out. What? Write the timestamp down. 1 hour, 7 minutes. We gotta clip that out and just upload it as a short.
All right.
You know what I really want one day?
What?
I just hope that in the future there's someone that cares enough about TalkTube to make a video just like exploring the world.
Yeah.
Oh God! Wouldn't it be great if they got so into it that they were like, okay, and I know a lot of the world building was actually done outside of Mason's channel over on a friend's channel where the Team Adventurous just lives, and so they actually went back and watched all of our live streams.
Yes.
It just the idea of a TalkTube lore video just really tickles me, because it's just like, you know how like you get these lore videos and they're so serious, like the Lord of the Rings ones where they're like, oh, and this and this year of the Third Age, blah 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 blah, and it's just like, I just love the idea of someone doing that, but just with all the ridiculous bullshit that goes on. And so we know at this point in the timeline, the case of the Faceless Man happened, which was when just after Dylan Justice got his PI license, which was around the same time as Mason Dark was divorcing his fourth wife. And we know that around that time, the Smart Droid Model 5 was released.
Yes. Oh my God.
It was about this time Mason started letting Zack introduce characters. So he introduced the guy who's holding Bob Saget in his basement to feed his niece, which was another mystery that Dylan Justice had to solve.
It's like,
and at first I didn't understand. He said he needed to feed his niece, and I said, what was his niece doing in the basement? No, Dylan, it wasn't his niece. He was feeding his niece. His niece? No, his niece.
We could never determine whether it was actually Bob Saget for real, or if it was just a guy that he called Bob Saget, when in fact we found out that there were different levels of being Bob Saget.
It was Sub Baggett.
From being Bob, and then you go to being Bobby, Eventually, you are promoted to Robert.
Yeah. Yep. Right. Yeah, because as your knees get stronger, you level up. You know. So.
Bobbert Baggins.
That's like the ultimate. That's like both of your knees are all the way fed.
Well, yeah, how else are you going to walk to Mordor? Listen, if you don't feed your knees, Frodo, if you don't feed your knees, you can't walk to Mordor. Bilbo Baggins, feed your knees.
Yes.
I am not some conjurer of cheap tricks. Here's your raisin bran.
I am not some conjurer of cheap tricks. I am not trying to rob you.
I'm trying to feed
I am a nutritionist.
I'm trying to feed you.
Oh, no.
Gandalf the nutritionist. Need this in my life.
Oh my god.
What have you been eating? Lember spread. No, Frodo, no. Not lember spread.
Right?
Do you know how many calories lember spread has? Do you know what the macros are on lembers?
What's actually funny about Limbus bread is there's actually this survival bread you can make, and it's incredibly dense, but it chews kind of like a
boot.
It not like a boot. No, if you make it right, it chews like mochi. It chews like mochi, and it is they make it with lard and egg and other shit like that, and so it's just bread, but it keeps for months, and it's a complete meal by itself. This and water, and you literally have everything you need. It's crazy.
Yeah, but it's not lember spread because that's made by the elves. So
right.
and Tolkien despises allegory, so there's no chance that it was based on that.
Yep.
Tolkien didn't take anything from real life. There was no inspiration from real life that he used.
Yep.
Oh yeah, don't you know swords didn't exist before Tolkien wrote about them in the Lord of the Rings?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And magic, nobody had ever heard of magic.
No, never.
And a pantheon of gods. No,
Yeah.
Nobody had ever done that before.
No.
We are so off.
And make us look like we hate Tolkien. So somebody is going to be making like a video 3 months from now that's like, look how much of a dickhead these three are. They hate Tolkien. Cut to me being like, Tolkien never took anything from inspiration from real life.
They go over to my channel and use the thing where we were fucking making a mockery out of the lore video.
Oh my god.
Nothing will ever be funnier than the Witch King trying to impress a girl by telling her about all the armies that he's conquered.
It's true.
Do you know how many men I've killed? A lot.
Hey, babe, I destroyed 3 kingdoms this weekend. That's nice. Smiley face. Anyway, back to this Andrew Pate or whatever his name is. I know his name before you correct me.
Okay. You're just taking the
silly
piss.
mode. Yeah, I'm in silly mode right now.
I don't know what it means. The video goes into the Matrix being broken. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll be getting ahead of myself then.
That exists on the face of the planet for people who are trying to escape the Matrix. Become Hustlers University. Welcome to the metaverse. Inject it into your brain. You can skip university, you can buy my program, and I guarantee you will know everything you need to know. Have you ever seen a college professor with an S53 and a McLaren and a Lambo and an Aston Martin standing No, don't do any of this. I know how to make cars.
I wonder if I'm enrolling in a college that looks like they start.
Oh, mate, Mason Dark is spouting that shit at somebody.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Listen. Have you ever seen a college lecturer with a Road Ripper Triple X Titan? No, I don't think you have.
That's because I'm incredibly successful, and everything I do makes my success grow exponentially. So clearly, you should listen to me. Give all of your money to this girl. She's clearly wants to be here for you. Take the leap of faith.
Take the leap of faith. The only thing you can do is be a good guy, Bob. Listen, if you want to get out of the basement, you need to feed your knees, Bob. You need to feed your knees.
Oh, God.
Hustleversity was started by Andrew Tate.
It still blows my mind that this became a real thing. I remember, and I think we did it on stream, when we were going through the alpha male rabbit hole, I remember we watched Hustler University's promotional piece, and all of us were making fun of it. And now people unironically enrolled and bought into it, drank the Kool-Aid. It's crazy that it actually popped off. That is the power of marketing on TikTok.
It does sound inherently ridiculous. Like, if I uploaded a video that was like, Hustler University, Talk to Your Radio, parody commercial, you guys would be like, oh, I'm all in for this. What's this going to be?
Right. And what's oh my God, what's hilarious about this is I'm gonna fucking I'm just gonna take the leap here. ICP predicted this. Insane Clown Posse predicted this happening. They have a song where it's Haterators Degree.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the exact name of the song, but this guy, he goes to a fictional mock institution of learning and gets a degree in hateration. And that was obviously their fucking... They were mocking guys like this. They were mocking idiots like Andrew Tate. And fucking what happens? About fucking 15 years after that song comes out, an idiot like this actually fucking makes Hustlers University. Oh my God. It's just, you... He's... Andrew Tate, you're literally a parody of yourself.
But not in a good way.
But not in a good way.
No.
Enough money into TikTokers, people will always buy it. It blows my mind. Their promotional piece for Hustlers University is still like one of the goofiest ads I think we saw for all the alpha male shit.
Oh my God, let's look at it.
Yeah, let's look at it before the video continues so that we can have some context here.
Yeah, let's fucking go check it. So, Andrew Tate, Hustler U advert. Hustlers University. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Inspirational music. Tick box.
Mm-hmm.
I call Morpheus all the time in my DMs because I'm trying to wake people up. If the Matrix
Oh
is
my
real
God.
and you are watching this video, I am Morpheus. I am the guy trying to wake you up from sleep. I get messages all the time, and the most common message I get from people is, hey, Tate, once I've paid my mortgage off, I think I'll be in a position where I feel more financially free. I feel like, you know what I need? I need a weapon through the screen.
What the fuck?
You want to learn piano. You find someone who can learn piano, you learn from them, and you start training to be able to play piano.
Well, yes, Andrew.
What was that?
Andrew. When you want to learn something, it is best to find somebody who can do that thing and learn from them, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, but I'm not going to manifest my way into being able to play piano. You know what? I woke up this morning and I decided I'm going to meditate. And by the end of the day, I'll be able to play piano.
Gosh.
Well, okay. What's funny is, though, some kids do just sit down at a piano and start playing, and they just teach themselves piano. That does happen.
Yeah.
You know what they're called?
Savants?
Nerds. This comment was made from a deep place of jealousy.
Oh.
This comment was made from a deep place of jealousy. Fucking brilliant.
Oh. Yep. And
I love it.
yeah, this right here takes all the teeth out of this guy's advert right here and screams scam, because
Right.
him doing, oh, look, affiliate wins. I've done well over 50,000 in sales. It's like, oh, this is a cloak for, hey, join my multi-level marketing affiliate marketing scam.
Well,
Oh my god. Hang on. The best part, you missed that, Caitlin. The best part is, okay, a layer deeper than that. Brandon on the screen. So this is a Discord server, Mason, on screen right now. And this guy says, Brandon says, I've done well over 50K in sales this year alone, running Facebook ads to ClickBank offers. I would post, here's the fun part, I would post screenshots if I could figure out how. Lol. So you're telling me you're smart enough to create a business model that gave you 50K this year for doing nothing, essentially. That could be entirely automated. You're smart enough to put that together, but you're too stupid to Google how to screenshot?
Right. Yeah, that doesn't even make any sense, especially if you've got like Facebook ads to run to ClickBank, which have to be automatically set for conversion ads, which are not easy to set up, by the way, because you have to have a pixel. So, yeah, no.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing as the Dear Mason thing. This just screams straight away, don't listen to me. The guy's referring to himself as Morpheus. Come on.
Right.
How did you watch this and go, yeah, I'll give that guy my money?
Right. He's unironically putting himself in a messiah position.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dude, this is so obviously a cult. It's just a modern cult.
What did we do? Watch 10 seconds of it?
Yeah, we're at 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Get rich right here, right now. This is a brand new way anybody can make money. Even if you only have $50, I guarantee you will make money with this system. Hold on tight. We're about to get rich right here, Hustlers University.
Yep. And it's like, oh, you want to know what system that is? To teach you how to build one of these things, because that's exactly what it is. All of these people, the Mickelson twins, that stupid bitch from Fiction Publishing Association, Author Incubator, Jack Canfield, and all of his Law of Attraction bullshit. Every last one of them follow the same format of, oh, I'm going to whip everybody into this frenzy of, I can get you to make all this money, get you to pay me your money to figure out how to do that, to teach you how to do the same thing to other people.
Right. It's not I'm going to teach you how to make money doing a legitimate venture. I'm a scammer and I'm going to teach you how to scam people. That really is what it boils down to.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to get you to give me money, and then I'm going to get you to get your friends to give you money to give to me.
Right.
It's just a financial pyramid, and yeah, the Hustler University. I guarantee you, there's advanced lessons. I guarantee you, there's one-on-one coaching. There's always another step to it to teach you the next fucking trick in this guy's bag. I guarantee it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can't tell you, like, the game just gets, like, better toys to play with, but I cannot tell you how many stacks of cassette tape cases there were of shit like this that my dad spent hundreds of dollars on, you know, trying to crack the code to,
it's just preying on. It's preying on a culture filled with people who live in a system that makes them feel inherently unsatisfied and promises them an easy way to find satisfaction. Yeah. People are gonna listen to that.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. I agree with you. I do agree with you, Mason, because people are no longer told to have a God, a meaningful God in their life, whether it's a Christian God or Buddhism. I don't care. Just people are told religion's crap, and then people are told there's nothing important about family. You don't need to have kids or have a meaningful relationship. And then people are told if they're not kissing your ass and constantly enabling you, they're not really your friend.
Right.
People are constantly being told that all of the actual human, genuine sources of organic fulfillment and satisfaction are meaningless. So they turn to bullshit like this. And assholes like this prey on that need. It's fucking disgusting.
It's gross. It's gross.
He says in the presence of the agnostic with no married and no children.
but you have Lee and you love your mother. You have those two. Hard. I mean, hey, a good-looking woman who lets you sleep with her. It's hard to argue with that logic.
Guides me around town, make sure that I don't bump into things unless it's going to be funny. And she never lets me bump into things. She's not my mother. My mother, on the other hand, finds that shit funny.
Oh no.
Oh my god, I just love that at the same time your mother was ready to throw hands with some asshole teens that were being mean to you, but at the same time she'll turn around and walk you into a mailbox.
Yeah, that's my mum. You don't take the piss out of him, but I'll steal his chips without him noticing. True story. Last year I went round to hers, grabbed some chips on the way there, sat talking to her, eating them. All of a sudden, I hear this giggling. I'm like, what are you laughing at? She's like, I've been stealing your chips and you have no idea. You bastard.
All right, we have... Oh, go ahead.
Go on.
No, you go ahead, really.
It just makes me laugh. The other day, she was telling me all this stuff about how I look now because I've been walking around in the sun all the time. And she's telling me all this ridiculous stuff about my tan line and oh, your hair's gone ginger and just all this stuff that's, clearly not true, gaslighting me into telling me about what my appearance is like. She's amazing. I love my mum. She gaslights me in a humorous way. I love that woman.
Yes.
I wouldn't have the sense of humor I have if it wasn't for her.
If I ever come to England, gotta meet your mom.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh, bullshit. I'll invite her. Fuck you. I'll just go around you. I'll find out how to get a hold of her, and I'll invite her to my wedding. She'll come to that.
What were you saying then, anyway?
I was saying we have 28 seconds left. Let's try to finish it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This makes me really want to hustle some people.
Right.
This music, it just gets inside your brain.
Right.
The matrix of my brain is broken, and now I want to hustle people.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like
Yeah.
you guys
All right.
all look the same.
Let's go back. Oh, damn it. Okay, hang on. I need to go back to
Oh no.
recently closed tabs. Hang on.
I really
History.
need to know what they mean by the matrix is broken, though. I really, really need to know. I hope it gets explained in the video because that's going to drive me crazy.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've actually heard that a lot. The Matrix is what does that mean?
Okay.
I don't know, Charlie. You tell me.
Unironically enrolled and bought into it, drank the Kool-Aid. It's crazy that it actually popped off. That is the power of marketing on TikTok. If you just put enough money into TikTokers, people will always buy it. It blows my mind. Their promotional piece for Hustlers University is still like one of the goofiest ads I think we saw for all the alpha male shit. So if you have like a startup business or something, invest in TikTokers. Put that money, like that marketing budget, into TikTok, 100%.
And I guess the real question is, how did this happen and why? Well, Andrew attributes his meteoric success to a change in business strategy.
I put together a particular strategy about 6 months ago because I decided to step up.
About 6 months ago? Here's my new business strategy that I came up with 6 months ago.
Yeah.
It's tried and tested.
Yeah. Yep. It's like, you know what? Most of these courses will take anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months. That's what that tells you right there. He did the same shit.
Yep.
The product I launched. I run an online school that teaches people how to make money online.
Mm-hmm.
I changed my approach towards social media, and I ended up absolutely everywhere.
Now, if you're wondering what business strategy that is, well, the program he runs is called Hustleversity, where he teaches you how to make fast money if you'll only pay $50 a month. And one of these fast money methods turned out to be selling Hustleversity to new people by posting clips.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. We only had to look this deep to find the pyramid scheme.
Yeah. It's like,
Oh, we're in Egypt right now because I'm doing a lot of pyramids.
Oh, God.
It's like Avon. Just
Yeah, he'll
without the
teach you how to make
and it's a dude.
if you just give him £50 a month.
Oh, man. All right, let's go. Let's keep adventuring.
It's so smart. The cope on Twitter I see all the time about how it's not an MLM blows my mind. This is literally it works. It's pyramid.
Yeah,
it actually it works.
is.
But
What is it
can't
works?
Say that when talking.
It's a multi-level marketing scam. That's
I
I
don't
think
think
it's
you know,
fitness,
buy into it
kind of
works.
like Avon, but it's
Essential
fitness.
oils and the
It works.
tape or something where you're supposed to like wrap tape around your body.
Because it. Hang on.
Herbalife.
Is it works a scheme? Because it is impossible for most people to make any money in a pyramid scheme. Pyramid schemes are illegal. MLM companies like the It Works MLM claim that they are not illegal pyramid schemes because there's a possibility to make money from selling products and not just recruiting. Okay, so multi-level marketing. That's what it stands for.
Possibility of making money.
Yeah.
There's a possibility. It's fucking Cutco. Caitlin, did you ever get scammed into going to one of the fucking Cutco onboarding meetings?
No. We have
Amway
around here, or like I said, Avon.
Is that also knives? Amway?
Amway is like a whole bunch of stuff, like knives, vacuum cleaners, supplements, cosmetics, you name it. They cover
what?
all of it.
Well, around here we have Cutco knives, which are the most generic, cheap piece of shit Chinese pot steel fucking knives you'll ever fucking hear of or see or use. They'll take fucking shavings out of a steel hammer for 3 cuts. 1 month later, they're so dull I can't fucking slam them into a fucking cut into warm butter, and then your ass comes to my door and says, "Oh, you just have to buy the sharpener. It's only $10 extra." Fuck you.
right.
Buy my new aluminium knives. It's really just tinfoil bound really tightly.
It's fucking serrated tinfoil that you fucking put in a hydraulic press.
And when it gets too dull and you can't use it anymore, it doubles as a hat.
Oh my god.
Another one.
You see what I did there with this tinfoil hat?
Yep.
Yes, Mason. Yes, we see what you did there, buddy. We definitely see what you did there. Mm-hmm. Sure do.
Into an MLM. Like, just own it. I mean, just fucking own it. You're basically promoting him now, I guess, and that's the problem with Andrew Tate. No matter what you say or what you do, people are going to believe it and get into it every single time. But this is just too interesting not to. I haven't actually seen someone dive deep into Hustlers University past just me.
Well, here's the. I'm just gonna make my point really quick, and then you can go, Mason.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: if you get taken in by a grifter like Andrew Tate, you deserve all the bullshit that's gonna happen to you, because there's plenty of people out you telling you the guy's a fucking grifter. Mason.
Well, the problem with that logic is, and I see this all the time with people that are reacting to certain people that have different views and stuff, where people are like, well, you're basically just promoting these people. And it's like, the thing is, the people who are going to believe these sorts of things and these sorts of people, they've already made up their mind. They already believe it. So you're not actually turning anybody new. All you're doing is putting your viewpoint out there, and the people who don't agree with them get some entertainment out of you not agreeing with them. And the people who are on the fence that might be swayed by the person get to see you give reasons why they're not good, and you might actually stop the people that are potentially going to go down that road.
Yeah,
that's right. That you hit the nail on the head, Mason, and that's why it's worth doing. Look, if you put out a video like what Charlie just put out, and you get 100 views, and one of those people is saved from being taken in by a fucking scam artist like this, then that's
time and effort.
It's worth the time and effort, exactly, because you just did someone a genuine service. And Charlie's video has almost 3 million views. There's probably a good number of people who just recently found Andrew Tate because he's been blowing up the past 2-3 months, and now they're seeing Charlie's video because they're indecisive, or they're procrastinated, or they've been trying to do their due diligence, and this is just one of the things they found. And now Charlie has saved a bunch of people from being taken in by this asshole. And look, I'm not saying that lightly either. Convincing people to join your online university as a money venture, it's kind of shitty, but it's not the worst thing anyone's ever done. I've heard this guy say legitimately awful shit. Like, I've watched clips of him appearing on different podcasts and shit. This guy, when you actually dig into the meat of some of the shit he says, he's a terrible fucking person.
Yeah.
And I hate that he covers it up by saying some shit that's universally relatable to men in this day and age. Like, it's hard to get a fucking house right now because the economy sucks. And the quality of women that we have access to is much lower than what our grandfathers had access to. Legitimate complaints that a lot of men can identify with. And then right after that, he'll say some shit like, I don't care if your kid gets shot. You need to suck it up. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's a piece of shit. And that's all I have to say about that.
One of it, CoffeeZilla dissects things that he talks about really well. So I'm super curious to see everything that he learned. So yeah, on this one, I'm just going to accept that there's going to be a few people in chat that for some reason buy into Hustler University. Is what it is, man. I really want to see the analysis from CoffeeZilla on this.
Andrew Tate is the one true savior that will save you from poverty. Morpheus from the Matrix, and that's not even me calling him that. He calls himself that.
I get called Morpheus a lot.
I get sure you do, buddy.
Yeah.
Sure you do.
By yourself in the mirror when you do your affirmations, like Jack tells you to every morning.
That section just reads like a mockumentary.
Yes.
Like just those last few bits, just like, yeah, blah blah blah, this guy, and he calls himself Morpheus a lot. Cut to him like calling himself that reads like a documentary, like a mockumentary.
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, except like I said, except this is a documentary about a real fucking person. Like, yeah, like I said, he's a parody of himself. We've reached a point in our culture where these people that 50 years ago this would have been a sitcom character. This is now a real fucking person.
It makes me worried. I need to stop doing TalkTube because people are going to take that shit seriously. Something that I thought, this is obviously a parody, and people are going to watch it and be like, where can I buy my Smart Droid Model 5?
Hey, you know what? And that's why we're coming up with mock product labels and stuff.
And where can I buy my shipment of uncertainty?
Right.
Oh God, the uncertainty, man. Caitlin, you're getting that on a shirt, right? You showed me the thing. I don't know if she told you yet, Mason. She actually has a concept art for the uncertainty logo, and we're gonna put it on a shirt for you, bud.
I have that, and then I also have.
That's fucking brilliant. That's fucking brilliant.
And I also have this other one that I've got. Let's see. Probably, I don't know.
What are you gonna put it up on screen, Caitlin? Are you looking for it? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I was gonna put it up on screen.
Okay, when you find it, just let me know and I'll pause the thing. Okay.
Well, because I have it right here.
Oh, you have it? Okay, put it up.
Yeah. Okay. So I gotta share my screen. Yes. What? Okay.
See, this is why I told you to put it up to let me know once you had it. Okay. Oh, that's good. Oh, I like that. Yeah. So, Mason, what she's got here is she's got like a teacup, and it's kind of a standard teacup, with pretty designs on the side, flower. It's like traditional china, and it's on a saucer. And she's got a naked girl bathing in the teacup with like really long hair. It's actually going all the way down to the saucer.
Yeah. Yeah, because this right here, like, there's actually cracks. I don't know if you can see those.
I thought that was water. I thought that was tea flowing out.
Well, because I haven't, like, put the, like, colored everything in yet. But there's cracks right here. I've got to put more lines in here so you can see that they're cracks. But it's going to have, like, the tea flowing out, like, into the saucer, like, with her hair and stuff. But, yeah.
That's so dope. Yeah. Uncertainty.
Uncertainty.
Oh man, I love you, Caitlin. That's fucking awesome.
Like I say, you'll have to send it over to me, and next time I do an uncertainty advert, I'll have to have that as like the image.
Yep, and then you can put the link for the shirt in your description. Mm-hmm. We'll have to give you a kickback too. Caitlin, can we give people affiliate links?
I'm looking how to do that.
Okay, awesome.
I'm Morpheus.
He says he wants to wake
like, yeah, sure you are, man.
All by selling you a program that sounds like what high school dropouts used to put at their education status on Facebook. Attended the School of Hard Knocks and graduated Hustleversity with a PhD.
No, that's a pimpin' host degree. Okay, we're gonna have to check out some of CoffeeZilla's content. That's funny.
He got his degree from the University of Memphis. Making easy money, pimping hoes in style.
Oh, what was the John Cena thing?
Oh man,
Cena had something like that. Oh, it's Thugonomics.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
That's right. Before he sold out to China.
By the way, I didn't make up. It's a course that Andrew Tate himself sells. But I don't think you want to take advice from someone who's in the middle of a human investigation.
Hey. Wait. Police raid MAGA, king of toxic masculinity in human trafficking investigation. Oh my god, I didn't even know that! I love Caitlin, I gotta tell you, I love when I make crack judgments about people based on what they say, and I'm right every time. Like they tell you not to do that. So many people say not to make crack judgments based on a few things you hear someone say, but every time I do, I'm right. And now here we are.
Yeah.
And now here you are, sat with me on a live stream.
Well, no, here we are, where I find out he's being investigated for human trafficking. Smartass.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 'cause that's the other thing too. Like what they were talking about, him making comments about high value women or whatever. Whenever I hear that come out of somebody's mouth, it's usually because the person is thinking about how they can turn that woman around to make them money.
Or they're a cuck.
Yeah. It's like, could I make money off of you?
The penis size is exactly opposite proportional to their ego. For every inch their ego grows, their penis shrinks.
Like, and also, Dad needs to be here.
Hey, those accusations could happen to anyone.
Was, quote, Andrew does have one undeniable skill.
Oh yeah, it could happen to anyone. Last year there was that human trafficking case that I got caught up in. The year before that, the racketeering thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That was before I knew you. What was it when I met you? I was in the middle. Of the heroin lab thing. But I think you told me that you were gun running. That's right. It was gun running. You were caught up in when I met you.
Yeah, that and the one where I was getting accused of killing my father, and these things just happen.
Right.
Oh, didn't they confirm that was actually the one-armed man?
No, that was the other one. That was the one who accidentally locked my mum in the basement for 6 months. You were thinking of the toeless woman.
The toeless woman killed your dad. It was the one-armed man that locked your mom up.
Yeah.
Okay, God, yeah, I'd be mixing characters up in my brain, man. I'm sorry. I'm blonde as shit sometimes.
But I thought it was the one-armed man that usually sneak into people's houses and kill their wives.
No, Caitlin. Now you're mixing up. I'm the guy who sneaks into people's houses and smells their dicks.
That's right.
That's funny because I usually break into people's houses and try to find their attic, but usually I end up in the basement because I have an upside down nose.
I'm gonna have to spend the next 3 hours of my day clipping this up. There's like 10 different videos in this live stream.
The Team Adventurers talks utter nonsense for 3 minutes.
Right?
I love it so much, though. I just love it so much.
Oh my God.
I just put my mouth on autopilot when I come on these streams.
Yes. Yes.
My mouth is always on. There is no filter between my brain and my mouth, and there never has been.
Like, filters are for coffee makers and aquariums.
Oh, and water, because the fluoride is bad for you.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Hey, those accusations could happen to anyone.
Was, quote, Andrew does have an undeniable skill that seems to be responsible for most or all of his success so far. He's just really entertaining.
Hey, everyone.
Right.
I've said that since the get-go. He is the most entertaining clown you can find in the alpha male space.
Yep.
That's when it probably worked so well. Between TikTok promotion, the MLM stuff, and just him being so enjoyable to laugh at, it's popped him off. Wild. You think the guys paying for this think it's a joke? I think there's a good balance of people who pay for it, like ironically, like, haha, I'm part of Hustlers University, and people who actually believe it.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the believers probably outweigh the former.
Yes.
It's sad, but it is what it is. It's the same for every other alpha male we ever looked at. You remember the guy who's a self-admitted cuck? Oh, fuck. It's only been a couple months.
Oh, that's funny. That's fucking funny. Charlie's talking about the guy that I just mentioned earlier to you, Mason. It was God, what was that fucking asshole's name? The thing his alpha male fucking community was called the Liminal Order, whatever the fuck that means.
Oh
Big guy, he sells the course on like, so your wife doesn't want to fuck you? That's okay. No, I'm talking about alpha males, bro. Is it Jack Murphy?
It is Jack Murphy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Jack Murphy, right? This he's literally a cuck, but he's also an alpha male. So he's teaching you how to be an alpha male.
The alpha cock.
That's the third stage of evolution. You got cook, alpha male, alpha cook.
And there's no in between.
Pikachu, I choose you. Alpha cook, I choose you.
Alpha cuck, use cry and despair. It's super effective. Oh shit! You know what I just realized? This whole time my mic has been on fucking maximum gain. I've probably blown out the fucking sound on this fucking stream so many times.
Well, I mean, so far we haven't had any complaints, so
I mean,
that's true.
I've literally never put my mic on maximum gain because I think you'd be able to hear what was happening down the street if I did.
Classic.
While also being a cuck.
It's this okay, guy, right? It's on maximum now.
Ooh.
We'll find out, won't we?
Kind of all look the same, like bald and a beard. Is it this guy?
Don't come at me and call me sexist or racist or any of these things. I hate everyone. I don't care if you're black, white, straight.
I hate everyone.
Know how to administer CPR. However, I will not administer CPR unless you're a hot female. If you're some fat dude and you just had a heart attack and I don't really know you,
I'll just let you die.
God.
And I actually believe that about this guy. I really do.
I will only resuscitate you if you're suitably attractive. Because if you're not, I'll just stand there and watch you die.
Right.
I'm Andrew Tate, and I'm an absolute psychopath.
Right.
Yep. Why is me missing for 4 hours straight, bro?
I have a lot of muscle. It's painful to carry it around. It's a 2-hour massage.
People are for fuck's sake.
God.
I hate that he actually gets to say that legitimately because he was just shirtless on that call with those two other dudes, and he was on camera, and actually he does have a lot of muscle. I hate that he's actually being honest.
Guess what? Guess what? I couldn't care less.
I do. I hate that.
Yeah, but Zach, would you rather be as muscly as you are and a relatively nice person, or as muscly as he is and an absolute bellend?
Well, and in my own defense, I'm only maybe 2 years away from being where he's at. I'll get there. I'm gonna have to see if I can find workout footage of him. I'm willing to bet I can lift more.
Well, yeah, and I mean, plus you don't know if he's on sauce or not either.
He might be on sauce. His shoulders were disproportionately huge to his neck.
Yes.
And besides, you're suitably strong. You carry the weight of Team Adventurous on your back every week.
That's right.
God, ain't that the truth? And you two are heavy.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Not
but
to
you know
mention
what?
And your ego. It's just unbelievable strength.
Oh yeah, my ego is definitely heavier than both of you guys put together. But listen, Kate, hang on. Let me real talk here. Listen, I gotta carry you guys around, and you guys are really fucking heavy. But you know what? I never set you down.
Honestly, okay, isn't it just amazing? He carries us, his ego, and his giant swinging ball sack.
And that, folks, is the Mason compliment sandwich. You carry this operation? Your ego's heavier than we are? Your dick is huge. Or your balls, excuse me, not necessarily the same thing. Your balls
are huge, pendulum-like swinging balls.
Mason compliment sandwich, absolutely delicious and nutritionally complete. Part of this balanced breakfast.
Oh my god.
Spicy meatballs.
Yeah, only tiny little bits of razor blade in there.
Just a little rat poison.
Yeah, it's like there's something that's not quite right with this. Why is my tongue bleeding? Oh well, it's so tasty.
Well, of course, it's got my ego in there. Of course, it's fucking.
And your grapefruit like balls.
Oh my god.
Oh, I love it.
Is attention.
Clout.
Like,
Oh,
the worst thing that's going to
damn.
happen to
Same
you is
thing.
not that you go to jail. The worst thing that's going to happen to you is you
Irrelevant.
become irrelevant.
Yep.
And this is what separates Andrew Tate from a lot of the fake gurus I've covered in the past. Jones and Tate operate sort of on this playbook where entertainment is king. They say a bunch of outlandish statements that builds attention. And then once they're the crazy guy, all they have to do is say a few basic things that everyone agrees with. And then their audience suddenly thinks they're a genius. I mean,
That works for everything, by the way.
Oh my god, I love. Did I not describe that exact? Did I not say that exact same point earlier in this very same stream?
Yep.
Did I not say exactly that?
Yeah.
Oh man, fucking bit.
It's all right. I'm just doing the sound of your balls swinging while you're stroking yourself.
There's a little bit. They're faster. It's a little bit more of there's a little bit of a whistle to it because they're speed.
You almost whistled there.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's almost a little bit of a whistle to the ball swinging. Exactly.
There's eagles that look at you and they're like, oh fuck, I wish I had that wingspan.
Do you know how long I could glide if I had a fucking wingspan like that? My goodness. Yeah, that's a pretty impressive sack there. Is that one of them there hairless apes? Yeah, it is.
Zack, when he goes on one of his ultra secret spy missions and he needs to escape and he gets to the edge of the cliff and there's people chasing him and he just looks at the camera, takes down his pants, jumps off the cliff and uses his giant swinging balls as a parachute.
I fucking spread my legs and swing them out. I swing them behind me and then reach up in time to catch them.
No!
And then I fucking jump.
Not only does it allow him to glide safely down to the beach below, the force of the gale that it causes like pushes all of the guards down behind him as well. 20 miles away, there's someone that's like, quick, get in the hurricane shelter.
No.
At this point, it's not even like Mason isn't even giving me a compliment. We're just giving me like a fucking X-Man superpower here.
It's like chaos theory. Zack's balls swing that causes a hurricane in China.
Oh my god, Caitlin. That would be a super dope context for a concept for a character. Their superpower is chaos theory. That's kind of like Domino, except it's chaos theory. So bad things can happen to them because of it. Oh, that would be super dope. Remind me to fucking fish that one out of the bucket at some point.
Okay. Yep. I'm writing it down.
Dope.
Not just people. This is the same thing with QAnon. Like QAnon has the wildest shit, like believing JFK Jr. got revived and is still any day now going to cruise around some random corner in fucking Washington and announce his presidency. The reason they have so many people is, I guess the big reason is everyone wants to believe something that makes them feel special. But another thing is they also then put in some things that are true. Like there's a lot of...
Because we're never going to get the chance to have that conversation again. And I can't really give my opinion on this because I don't know. But JFK assassination, yay or nay, I'm interested.
Conspiracy
or no?
Well, I mean, he was obviously assassinated.
Yeah, he was assassinated. Are you saying what part of the conspiracy? The multiple shooters, the government paid the dude to do it. What aspect of the conspiracy you were asking about?
I didn't know there was multiple facets. The only thing I knew was the multiple shooters bit.
I can tell you, they forensically were able to determine that the kill shot came from a dumb Secret Service agent who was new and stood up in the back of the car after the first shot was fired, and it was a moving vehicle, and he fell on his ass with his weapon, pointed in the direction of, JFK and all of them in front of him, with his finger on the trigger, and shot the president in the back of the head. That's how he died. Had that not happened, they determined that he would most likely have been able to have been saved. So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even know all that.
Yeah.
I didn't even know all that. But personally, now we have to get into a conversation about, okay, but was what the Secret Service agent did an accident, or did he realize that Harvey Oswald didn't get a kill shot and he was the insurance plan? And I would buy that hook, line, and sinker, because JFK aligned himself against the banks, and that's just not something you want to do if you want to live.
Yeah.
Like I say, I know it's not something that we would usually talk about, but just while it was there on the table, I was like, quick, I need to know what Zack and Kate think about this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, dude, no. You can ask me about anything at any random point. I'll fucking go from whether or not dinosaurs existed to my favorite flavor of dessert. I don't.
Yeah.
Have we been to the moon, Zack? Have we been?
Yes.
Yeah. There is an American flag on there.
That one's verifiable. You can literally buy a telescope that you can put together at your house, and on a clear night, go out into the boonies where there's no light pollution, and you can go and look at the flag.
Yep.
The boonies, is that a mountain range?
Wait. Hang on. No, Caitlin, hang on. Are you fucking with me, or are you serious, Mason?
Nah, I'm fucking with you. That silence was me like, do I carry on this joke? Do I not?
I was like, do British people really not know that fucking part of speech?
You gotta admit, though, it sounds like a mountain range.
Yeah, the boonies.
The boonies. Yeah, I can see it. Caitlin, remind me to use that one. That's
okay.
Yep, that's great. The Boonie Mountains. Yep, love it. Mason, you're just giving me all kinds of good. Yeah, I love it.
Oh my god.
Hollywood. It's like, oh, well,
hang on.
Everyone wants to believe something that makes them feel special. But another thing is, they also then put in some things that are true. Like, there's a lot of pedophiles in Hollywood. It's like, oh, well, it turns out there are a lot of pedophiles in Hollywood. I guess QAnon's right about everything else. It just becomes like a gateway. So you sprinkle in like little truths for the lunacy, and then you get people.
You buy credibility with things that are like true.
Like the bleeding ground is awesome.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And then you go into more absurd claims to build the cult, like Stephanie Meyer did nothing wrong.
Right.
The return of the vendetta. You thought you were free, didn't you, Stephanie? We haven't mentioned you in months. You thought you'd escaped. You'll never escape.
That's right.
We'll always hunt you, Stephanie. In your quiet places. In your secret locations. With your closest associates, we will hunt you. And we will always find you, Stephanie, because I am the wolf. Caitlin is the raven, and Mason is the man in the dark. We are hunting you from every angle, Stephanie. We will not stop. We will not sleep. We will never give up until we have justice for what you've done to literature, Stephanie. We're coming for you.
You can rest, Stephanie. You can wait. but we're hiding in the twilight of your fear.
Oh my god. Ah.
With threads like these.
Yes.
People to buy into it. So it's not, it works for more than just like individuals. Everyone knows who Q is, right? Fuck me. I've heard so many different reports on who Q is. I couldn't tell you. Is it one of like the Clintons or something? I don't remember.
Quentin
Tarantino. On who Q is.
Yeah.
It could be fucking anyone.
I think that's what makes society function. I think that's what makes the world function. I think that men
not knowing who Q is,
children and having families are very, very beautiful things.
Well, who doesn't agree with that? And he'll talk to like men's issues. He'll talk about how lonely men are.
Okay. See, and this is a demonstration that he's a hypocrite. That clip that just played of Andrew Tate saying men and women falling in love and forming a family is a beautiful thing. But just the other day, I saw a clip where he was saying if your girl, it was basically to the effect of, if your wife leaves you and you're depressed and you're having trouble getting over it, just get over it. It's like, okay, asshole, so which is it? This is an important thing that I should care about and desire and want, or it's not really a big deal and I should just get over it when I lose that thing. Which is it, asshole? They're mutually exclusive. Which is it?
Right. Yeah. But see, he's a narcissist. So he's kind of
psychopath. Well, he's a narcissist or a sociopath. I don't think if he's actually trafficking humans, he is a psychopath, because that takes genuine, absolute lack of empathy.
Yeah, and absolutely no value for human life whatsoever.
So if he's trafficking people, yeah, he's a psychopath.
Yeah, people are things to him.
Yeah, which wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, just the existence of his university is indication of that.
Yeah, they're all means to an end.
They're all means to build up my ever-growing mountain of self-gratification, because I'm my own idol, and there's nothing wrong with that. Society told me so.
Yeah, it's like, but hey, motherfucker, the one who dies with the most toys at the end is still dead.
Yeah.
And everyone else gets your toys.
Everybody is called Bill, and you all belong in my wallet.
I thought you were gonna say I thought you were gonna say everyone else is called Bill, and you all have a place in my skin suit.
Well, yeah, but that would be dark, and I'm just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, Mason never goes to a dark place.
Oh yeah.
Not that I can remember. Then I do have short-term memory loss, so.
He's like, I don't remember that.
Just keep stabbing. Just keep stabbing. Just keep stabbing.
Okay. I appreciate the construction of that bit, Mason. That was a step-by-step, and you just meandered down that pathway to the most epic of casual conclusions.
That's
sad.
We're never going to make it through this video.
Well, that's the fun.
Absolutely invisible.
But I was just about to fucking say that. I paused too late. Yeah, the whole most men not being invisible. You're not invisible. Men feel invisible. This and that. That's everywhere. That's a really big platform for alpha males right now. I see that shit all the time.
Oh,
Barnuming.
What was that?
I said this is what we call Barnuming.
Barnuming.
P.T. Barnum. The theory of P.T. Barnum, where P.T. Barnum basically came up with the idea that if you just tell people truths that are generally true to all humans on a basic level, then you can align with them and win their trust.
You know what I love about us three being on a stream together?
Mm-hmm.
Is that we've got this, and we're watching this video, and we've got you coming up with these, like, genuinely relevant, pretty intelligent points, talking about the theory of P.T. Barnum. I'm sitting here thinking, Do you not think this guy sounds like the dude who banged Stifler's mum in American Pie?
And here's me in the middle, having equal proportions of both of those thoughts, and loving being in the middle of the dynamic.
Someone came along at some point and just removed all the serious bones out of my body, and now I have none left.
You need a serious bone? I could put one in. It'll cost you though.
Uh-huh.
I don't have an orifice big enough.
No homo. Yeah, I was about to say.
Wait, did we get a comment that said no homo?
No, I just said no homo.
Oh, okay. I was like, brilliant. All right.
Tell me he doesn't, though. Tell me he doesn't sound like the dude who banged Stifler's mum.
Which guy? Which guy?
The dude we're watching, Charlie.
Oh.
You know, I can kind of see it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of.
It's been big on like all men feel invisible now. Like that shit is all over the place. So like all of them kind of regurgitate the same points because it's really effective.
This is the truth about masculinity, right? It's very easy for women to sit here and complain about the top 2% of men because I dealt with this guy, he's arrogant, blah, 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 blah. Most men don't even exist. They send 10,000 DMs and never even get read, let alone replied to.
And so this makes it so that many
Oh no! I sent DMs to women and they didn't read them. However will I exist?
I mean, okay, you're taking the piss on it, but genuinely, for some guys, that is crushing, man. Like, you can't take a shit on that. Like, for some guys, they spend, all this time and energy trying to form a human connection, and people ignore them for whatever reason, especially women online. And if you're awkward socially because whatever reason, and half your life is online, that's where you're going to try to make human connections, and you want a human connection with a female. It's tragic. It really is sad for these guys, and it's not always their fault. Like I said, there's a large societal component here. I genuinely have sympathy for those guys.
I see where you're coming from. I say it all the time to Lee that I'm so glad that we made friends and just like sort of fell into this place that we're into, because I don't know how I would deal with like the traditional dating world or whatever. At the same time, in a situation like that, people don't owe you shit, unfortunately.
That's true. That is also true.
Just because you are whoever you are, whether you're like a man or a woman looking for dating, if somebody sends you a DM and they're trying to reach out to you, you are not obligated to read that DM just to make them feel good.
That is true. And that's the shitty reality of it. Two things can be true at once. These guys out here have it rough. I know, I was in the same boat for a while. I've been single most of my adult life, so I've spent many, many years cumulatively in that boat. And also it's, women aren't obligated to give you the time of day. Yeah. It sucks. It just does.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And I also think that it's just kind of sick, the fact that he's playing on the fact that so many people don't feel seen or heard or whatever. Yeah. It's like that is the easiest, laziest fish in a barrel you could go for.
Well, but here's the problem. It's more true now than ever before.
Yeah. Yeah.
It really is more true. Like, we're living in a unique time in human history. Yeah. Because of social media and the current state of the culture in Western civilization that has largely erupted because of social media.
Right.
We really are in a unique time, and there are a unprecedented number of young men, I'd say between like 35 and 15, who just feel like they are more invisible than air. And and like I said, it's perfectly legitimate. So
with the DM thing, if you actually break that down into like, if you take it back in time, the DM thing is weird because it's like, it's seen as acceptable because it's the internet and it's just how it works. But it's like, if you take that back in time, it's like finding out where all the women live in your neighborhood and going around and posting a letter. Hey, would you like to talk to me? You're not going to get a letter back for the most part because people are going to be like, why is this letter coming through my letterbox? And it's just a weird thing about the internet is that we all feel like connected, and we are, but there's also the societal factor to it that it's just like, if you break things down to what they would have been in the past, sometimes it's just like, right, okay.
Yeah, but also back during the time when, you know, when it was like, say, okay, 40s and 50s, if somebody were to get a letter from someone, you know, kind of like that, they would have at least, you know, more likely have responded to it.
Depending on the content.
Depending on the content, obviously depending on the content, but assuming the content was reasonable, you know, there was and I believe this should come back. There was a culture of social responsibility, and part of that social responsibility is the basic courtesy of responding to people when they contact you, because to ignore people is dehumanizing, and I hate to admit it. I've done it, especially I do it to homeless people on the street when they ask me for money. I just walk right the fuck by them. But that's also a matter of safety, if I'm being honest, because the homeless people around here are dangerous, and that's not an exaggeration. So it really is dehumanizing as fuck. When someone contacts you, and this does not apply, obviously, like you said, Mason, depending on the content. If this guy sends you a dick pic, block him. Or better yet, screenshot it and send it to his mom and wife.
Right.
But if he sends you a reasonable message like, hey, we were in this comment thread together, and I saw your profile picture, and I looked at your profile really quick, and you seem like a chill person. Can we talk? There's nothing unreasonable about that.
Right.
And I don't think it's very kind or courteous or moral. I'll go even that far. It's not moral for women to just flat out ignore the guy. If you want to respond with sorry, not interested, and then block him, that's more moral and is better for the man's mental health than to just be ignored.
Yeah.
It genuinely is. So, ladies, if you don't want to talk to him, at least do him the courtesy of sorry, not interested.
Yeah. Acknowledge that they're a person.
It would save a lot of men.
Yeah. Acknowledge that they're a person and, you know, that they spoke to you. Or like a lot of these entitled bitches on TikTok and their gym videos, you know, like the one we saw the other day about the, you know, the dude that asked her if she was using the other machine. And then she just like gave him the most disgusted face, and you know,
that was over on Courtney Ryan's channel.
Yeah,
she was talking about that. Yeah, it's like, was his approach awkward? Should he have waited till you were on your rest period? Yes. Is the way you treated him totally dehumanizing and rude? Also, yes.
Also, yes. Yeah, because you could have just said no and been done with it.
Yeah, and from another angle, as someone who streams his workouts as a fitness influencer, I have an obligation to not be an intrusive asshole when I'm in the gym. I set up my camera angles so they're not unduly focusing on other people. I try to keep my camera equipment out of the way. And when people speak to me, and it's weird, ever since I started streaming my workouts, a lot more people speak to me mid-workout. It's like, it's gone from like 0 in a month to like 10. I'm always extremely courteous to them. Not only because it's good for my, you know, because it looks good, but also it's just the fucking right thing to do.
Right.
So, yeah, that girl.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mason, any thoughts before I hit play?
Nope.
Okay.
Drew's just crazy. they don't see the full con that he's running, because the crazy is only half of the game. Because eventually people hear the other half, the basic stuff, it's obvious, and go, well,
it's just tough love.
Crazy. Yeah. And people just eventually kind of go down the Tate rabbit hole where they think, maybe I can leave the Matrix and get girls, jets, and Bugattis. Maybe I just need to become financially free. How do I do it? Who's looking at
Hustler University?
Hustleversity. So we can see
hang on. I want to read. Andrew, there's a fucking thing on here for a description. It's probably, this has got to be on his website. Tate, and then there's a picture. Why is his fucking logo a knight from chess? Why isn't it the king? Whatever. Hustler University 2.0. Andrew Tate's Hustler University 2.0 is an exclusive community where me and dozens of my successful professors will teach you exactly how to make tons of money online. Once inside, you will have access to our full resources, lesson plans, and everything you need to be successful in our course in e-commerce, freelancing, copywriting, digital marketing, sales, personal finance, stocks, cryptos, NFTs, and more. Lock in your price of $49 by signing up today.
Gosh.
Okay, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's drop the energy a little bit and get a little bit more sinister inflection into it, and it'll be perfect. I swear.
Gosh.
Tate University, Hustler University 2.0 is an exclusive club.
Right.
Where me and a lot of my friends make tons of money, and we will teach you how to make tons of money with all of the bullshit things that he said that I can't be bothered to go through, and much more.
Yep. Yeah. Or, we can repack this and slap the name Nick Stevenson on it and pretend like we're going to teach you how to sell books.
Well, Dave Conman, who's here to tell you the biggest secrets.
Hustleversity. So we can see why Hustleversity is on the one hand so popular, despite being so bad. Because otherwise, this whole video is anticlimactic and confusing. Because when I first joined Hustleversity, I thought it's got to be different, right? To have this many people paying every month.
Yeah, it's marketing.
He
did a good job
have
of it.
Things that you just can't learn for free, right? Wrong. Once again, I'm disappointed. He assigns a so-called professor to each skill, and all of this takes place inside of Discord servers. And in these chat rooms where your instructors have a fraction of the charisma.
You're paying $50 a month for a fucking Discord. No. I had no idea. I thought it was going to be like actual courses, like a master class or something. Even Ninja put
what about this made you think that?
Paying $50 a month for a Discord. Holy shit, that's worse than being a Discord mod. That's literally you are paying to be an actual shit stain on a piece of toilet paper. Oh
yeah.
That's a lot worse than I thought. $50 a month.
Shitting all over the Patreon model there.
Wow.
Oh my god.
He's not even using Zoom. Like a lot of people down here.
You can use Google Hangouts.
Why would he use Zoom? Discord's free.
Right, exactly. But it just tells you just how much money he's actually putting back into his business.
Right. Oh yeah, this is 100% a milk 'em dry and when I'm finally found out, take it and run model. I wouldn't be surprised if the human trafficking investigation ramps up if he just jumps ship and leaves the country to a non-extradition country. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yep.
He's got one of them Jason Bourne bag of alternate passports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. He's like, bye. I'm going to Switzerland.
Hey, Piggy stuff. At the very least, you should at least hold Tate to a higher standard. Like, hey, man, instead of just a Discord server, why can't we have a more professional curriculum like everywhere else?
Tate.
Well, there's a difference between being desperate and being manipulated. Well, no, there's absolutely not. He's manipulating desperate guys. There's different tiers of desperation. There's self-aware desperate people and people who get brainwashed because they're desperate, I would say. Like, you have to be on a different...
inarticulate, but he's onto the right point.
To fall for a $50 Discord. Well, $50 a month Discord. Like, not every desperate guy is going to be, scratching at the neck to be part of the Hustler University Discord.
I mean, think about it. You've been told you're going to escape the Matrix. You're going to take the red pill.
And then you go to
What
Discord.
You end up doing this course is sort of learning how to run an Amazon side hustle for Jeff Bezos. Like, no offense, you're not breaking the Matrix. You work for the richest guy in the world. Like, imagine Morpheus gives Neo the red pill and says, hey, have you ever day traded before?
Hey, Neo, do you know what Bitcoin is?
Neo, let me tell you about my NFT project.
Oh my god.
Now, Neo, you need to go away, and our next meeting, I want you to bring 2 friends.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Yep. And if they sign this little packet, okay, when you bring them, I will give you this free toaster.
Oh my god.
And if they bring friends, it'll be a Japanese toaster.
The one that you can fuck?
Yes.
It doesn't stop there either. Like they have this cash quadrant of time and cash where you're either time poor or cash poor, time rich, cash poor, cash rich, time. You get the idea. And what they define cash rich as is very telling. They define it as having $5,000, which by that definition, I'm proud to say,
$5,000 is cash rich.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. If you're putting it in the context of this is all the funds you could possibly need to begin using our model of business and be successful, okay, by that definition, fine, cash rich makes sense. But I don't, still, yeah.
If you actually think about it, so it's $50 a month for 12 months, so that's just over $5,000 a year. And coincidentally, $5,000 is what you need to be cash rich. That's weird. That's a weird coincidence. That.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Damn it! I accidentally muted.
Oh no!
I'm cash rich. Now, guys.
Wait, like in total? That is so different from the pitch. I imagine most dudes who buy into this have to have $5,000 total. It's $50 a month. That is such an expensive item. This makes no sense.
The lifestyle we've been sold on here is exotic Bugattis, not extra Starbucks biscottis. I feel like
Bars Police?
Bars Police, bro. We should do an episode of Bars Police after this.
Yes.
Oh God, yeah. I miss doing that.
Lamborghinis, and they're sort of getting Olive Garden fettuccine.
I didn't think of that.
Olive Garden fettuccine. Discord.
That's what I did.
Lamborghinis, and they're sort of getting Olive Garden fettuccine.
If you break that down into a battle rap bar, and he's like, I'm driving around in brand new Lamborghinis. You can barely afford like.
I'm driving around in a brand new Lamborghini. You can barely afford Olive Garden fettuccine. Yo, I got the flavor. I got all the spices. You don't got the original recipe.
I'm driving around in a Bacardi. You can barely afford Starbucks biscottis.
Our mama's spicy meatball. You got no balls. Oh God.
It's great.
I fucking use my nutsack as a parachute. You're a unit. It's not even a bar. I'm just insulting you.
I'm a spicy meatball. You're about as bland as a snowball.
Oh my god.
Nah, you're as vanilla. I'm a spicy meatball. You're as vanilla as a snowball. Look, everyone, Vanilla Ice trying to rap again.
It's low because he wants people to feel like alphas. That's a really good point. I suppose that's probably like the play. Maybe you get someone who's a little skeptical, like, I'll do $50 1 month and I'll probably cancel, but they join and they're like, oh, I have $5,000. Okay, so I'm cash rich and I'm surrounded by a supportive community. Okay, well, now I feel like I'm part of the crew, part of the ship. So then they stay. Maybe that could be the play, I guess.
Well, that's just the passive subscription model. That's literally what like Netflix like relies on. Like people signing up for a month. I'll sign up for a month and I'll try it, and then they just forget to delete it.
Yeah. It's not only that, a lot of the shit they're teaching people does genuinely work if you have a little bit of startup cash for ads and whatever fucking accounts you have to make that are paid accounts, and you actually apply the model. It does work.
Yeah.
So these people, they get sucked in and then they start applying it, because why the fuck would you do it and then not apply it? And they're like, oh, I've actually started to make a decent passive income. Okay. And at that point they have confirmation bias.
The information, they're there more for the community and the feeling, which is even sadder, to be honest. Yeah, because you can get that same feeling for free. Like, there's always going to be a community of people just like you. Like, you're not special. Whatever your interests are, you're going to find a million people with those interests, and you guys can be friends.
Wrong.
And it's free. You just have to find them.
Not if you're me, Charlie. Not if you're me.
At that point, join a frat.
Unless you consider being cash rich, having $5,000 total in your bank account, then this course doesn't seem to be getting people rich. It just teaches lost guys extremely basic skills that are free to learn, but charges them $50 a month for it so they can feel like they're escaping the matrix by working for Jeff Bezos. You barely see Tate at all. He claims to be teaching the secrets to modern wealth creation, but the reality is, from what I saw, he was too busy marketing to actually be present in the Discord.
Yeah, I mean,
Instead,
obviously.
You just had all these random people teaching you like e-commerce or freelancing or copywriting and investing. And that's why I decided to finally cancel my plans to become cash rich. And that's when I found out about the last trick Tate uses to get you to stay.
Anyone who messes this up, annoys a professor, doesn't renew their subscription, their card cancels, anything stupid, then you're going to regret it for a very long time, because there's simply nowhere else to go.
That's right. They tell you there's nowhere else to go besides Hustlers University. This is the only place where you're going to learn not to be broke.
That's straight up threatening.
Yeah, that's straight up. That's straight up taking someone emotionally hostage. You're using fear of missing out to hold them emotionally hostage. That is genuine manipulative bullshit. That's what crazy abusers do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll never leave me, because who else are you going to go get with?
Exactly. Make that shit, turn that exact fucking sentiment from a partner to another partner. You have a narcissistic abuse pattern. This guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
President, but I resubscribed the next month. I don't believe that. I don't believe you. And I also think if you were a member of Hustlers University for a month and you didn't make enough money to buy your mother a birthday present, you f***ed up. So you're probably going to end up kicked out.
Like, their two responses are, that's not true.
Okay. And if you don't succeed using what we teach you, it's your
fault.
It's your fault. You're not good enough. We didn't fail you. You can't make the grade. Fucking course.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you straight up, in a sales call with one of the little cronies for Dr. Loria's author incubator, whatever. Because I was picking her brain about their online marketing stuff, because that's one thing you can use those things for. But she was telling me about how they had a person who ended up like maxing out all of their credit cards and ending up homeless basically because, you know, they just didn't believe in their own potential for success.
Well, yeah, that's how all people end up homeless, isn't it?
It's like
they just didn't try hard enough in life.
Yeah.
And I have to now say this in a super real, like, take the piss voice because I don't want anyone clipping this out and making it sound like I'm being serious.
Just wow. I will never. I don't understand how you can sit there and you're like, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fuck these people out of the money they need to live,
right?
And I'm gonna sleep fine at night. I will never get it. You are so.
No, ask the government; they'll tell you.
There it is.
Even if it is, it's your fault anyway.
Who is this guy? I've seen him in a few clips now. All he usually does is put Tate's meat in his mouth. Who is he? Is he like one of the gurus? Is he on like
all he usually does is puts Tate's meat in his mouth?
Yep. He's the royal asswipe.
He's the royal asswipe. I love it.
Technique or something for like behind the dumpster transactions? Who is he? It's his brother? That makes so much more sense now. Okay, that makes so much sense.
Behind the dumpster transactions. Oh, that puts such a dirty, disgusting connotation on it. Oh, God, it's so true.
Only parrots what Tate says, well, like Andrew says, or reinforces it, or says outlandishly stupid shit.
And you have to understand that for the people actually in the course, they're like deathly afraid of missing a payment because they've been told that if they do, guess where they're going? That's right, straight back in the Matrix. In jail, they call it.
We don't kick you out, we put you in the jail, and you sit there in your cell, and you have no access to the money-making information, and we just flood you with all the endless wins. Every time someone wins, we show you.
I mean, Andrew Tate
Wow.
That's dark as fuck.
You get to stay in the Discord server, but they put you in a channel and they lock you out of all the other channels, and they only post other people's success stories in the channel that you're locked in the server. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actual cult behavior.
Yeah.
This is genuine cult behavior.
We don't kick you out because then you'd stop giving us money. So we keep you in the cult. You can carry on giving us your $50 a month, but we'll put you in this place where you can't do anything, and all we'll do is show you other people's success. What the fuck?
Well, no. You got one thing wrong there, Mason. That they put you there if you don't pay the $50.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was if you didn't make enough money.
No, yeah. If you stop paying the $50, they put you in the jail. Wow, this is fucked up.
Hasn't reinvented anything.
$400 a month?
It more sick, but the result is the same as ever, where the real person getting rich, truly rich, is Andrew Tate.
You're broke. You're f***ing poor.
Nice. That was pretty insightful. I can't believe it's $50 a month for a Discord server. I don't know why anyone's surprised.
If I'm paying $50 a month for a Discord server, it better be one room is all the local orgies are here. Another room better be like all the best places to get high quality cocaine are here. Another room it better be like, by the way, your dad isn't actually dead. Here's where you can find it. Like $50 a month for a fucking Discord server? Are you kidding me?
That last one is it's tragically funny. It's like, it's funny, but there's so many hidden feels there too, and it's just...
When you find, yes, especially when you find out my dad is actually dead.
Yeah, well, that's why it's so sad. But how is that sad and so funny at the same time? I hate you.
Because I'm the jester, my friend. That's just who I am.
You know what this video has made me realize? I could see if I just tried a little bit harder. And really, I'm only blind because I just don't believe in my own potential.
Yep, you don't believe in your potential for success, man. Yep.
Let me just concentrate really hard for a second. No, I still can't see.
It's just like, it's the most insidious kind of behavior. It's genuine cult leader shit. He's preying on a group of people who are demoralized, hopeless, and a lot of these people, the reality is right now, a lot of the guy he's pandering to go on to commit suicide.
Yeah.
And that's the group he's pandering to. What was that?
I said for fuck's sake, because I had a joke queued up, and then right at the end when you said right up until the bit where you were like, go on to commit suicide, I was going to be like, sort of sounds like Stephanie Meyer. And then you said the suicide bit, and I couldn't make the joke anymore. But then I made it anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, but here's a funny little thing about that. A lot of the people who read the Twilight series carved Edward's name into their arm. So same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Legit knew a girl who ended up.
I'm not fucking around. That was an internet trend. It was all over Tumblr.
Yeah. Legit knew a girl who got sent home from school because she took an eraser, like pencil eraser, and like burn tattooed it onto her forearm.
What prompted that? Does Bella do that in the books? I don't remember that.
No. Teenage girls are just insane. But not like in a fun way like I am, like in a weird female way that I don't fully understand, because my madness goes deep, but my madness is also distinctly male.
Her name is Hysteria, and we don't like her.
I don't know why CoffeeZilla is surprised Andrew Tate was never there. He openly hates the people that buy his program. He literally insults you. It's like a humiliation kink. He openly insults you. It's not tough love. He just actually doesn't like you. You are his pay pig. It's a far cry from tough love. He'll sprinkle in like a couple truths here, like men feel invisible. It's not good to feel invisible. You need to feel better. You can feel better by taking care of yourself first and foremost. It's like, it's kind of true. And it's like $50 a month. And I'll show you how to do some drop shipping, I guess. Oh yeah, I know, the 110,000 students is big. No, it's fucking big. Andrew Tate makes $66 million a year from this shit if everyone pays $50 a month. Yeah, no, it's a super successful hustle. He did what all the other alpha males did, but did it smarter by being like a punching bag. Like, obviously he's in on the joke. He knows he says the most outlandish shit, like CoffeeZilla mentions, and then sprinkles in enough truth where people hear about him for being insane. Then they'll hear some truth and be like, maybe I'm going to check that out. And then they buy into $50 a month. Huge profit. And since you're only paying $50 for a Discord server, it's pure profit. He has no overhead. Maybe he has to pay a couple of the gurus that he got from Fiverr, but that's so negligible. It is straight profit. And there's the MLM component where you get rewarded for recruiting people to Hustlers University. This is an absolute money printing farm on the back of some real desperate, sad dudes. And they are brainwashing themselves on Twitter with the most cope I've ever seen. It's fucking genius. It's super smart. He did it exactly how you would, or how you should, if you're trying to make a ton of money with no morals. I'll give you some free advice. Don't get your life experience online. Don't get your social skills through tutorials on YouTube.
Unless it's Jordan Peterson and Steven Crowder. Those two men, yes.
Don't make your identity something online, like your whole personality. The internet's a great resource for information, but you should never base your personality on what people tell you to do. That's the mistake I made in college. When I went in college in my freshman year, I got all of my social advice from Reddit. And you know what happened in my freshman year of college? My dress wasn't the biggest problem, but it was pretty bad. I dressed like a fucking anime character, and I acted like a mysterious anime character. I didn't talk to anyone because I was convinced that being mysterious and not being super open was a cool thing. But instead I scared everyone away from me. I was completely lonely and fucking miserable. There are just things you can't be taught by people online or communities online. I don't even remember what came over me, but going into my sophomore year, I recognized how miserable I was, and I was like, something's got to change. I mean, something's got to give here. So going into my sophomore year of college, I signed up to room with random people. I was like, I need to be on campus. I need to be around social people. I need to experience life from outside of the computer and what they tell me. So I got random roommates, and they turned out to be the popular kids around campus for the most part. So
Nice.
they took me under their wing. I was their clay, and they were the sculptor. I learned all of my social skills through them like a sponge.
Just as bright and just as talented.
That's kind of funny, 'cause that's exactly what I did in high school with Wesley.
A lot of things that I was hearing there about how males feel, and I'm not saying that it's not true, and I feel pretty lucky that it's not the case, but like just stuff like the whole invisible thing, I'm just like I don't get it personally.
Mm-hmm.
I envy that.
It's just not something that I don't even really understand what it means. Like I feel like a lot of things that people say that like defines like males, I'm just like, am I not a man?
Well, okay. First of all, a lot of what he's describing, the issue exists in your Western European countries too, but a lot of what he's talking about is much more centered in the United States.
Mm.
The problem with men in Western society is worst here in the States. And what he's talking about with men feeling invisible is a lot of men. I'm just going to describe my own experience because I know exactly, like, I'm part of this group. You grow up in a society where your father and your grandfather were able to build families, build wealth, and have it relatively not easy, but it was well within reach. It wasn't fingertips. It wasn't even palm of hand. Like, you could get your forearm over the objective. It was well within reach if you just actually reached for it. My generation, it's on the edge of our fingernail. It's possible, but it's going to take every fucking thing you got. And some guys don't make the grade, not because they're a piece of shit, not because they're worthless, but because society has been rigged against them. How? Okay. For years, we've had feminism telling men that we're worthless and toxic for traits that are distinctly naturally male, like aggression, like a desire to compete, like a desire to excel in an area and be the best at something. Nope, that's toxically masculine. Okay. We've been told by the government that all the things that we used to be allowed to do that we never had a problem with before are now dangerous and unacceptable, and now there's laws against a lot of things that used to be daily things, like taking a gun to school because you were going to go hunting with your buddies afterwards. Nope, now that's a felony, even though 50 years ago every other guy did that and there was never a mass shooting at school. Okay, so now that's not allowed. Now men aren't allowed to be men from the institutions and the government telling us we're not allowed to. Okay. Then there's the fucking basic economic facts that go back to the within reach thing. The American dream is now without of reach, and the economy's only getting worse right in front of our very eyes. All right. Then there's the fact that technology is evolving so fast that there's a lot of people like me who were born in this weird limbo where technology was just getting started, but you were raised in a mindset of the previous generation's technology. I didn't have access to the internet until I was 13. How do you think that stunts a child's technological development with the technology that he's going to be expected to use through the rest of his life? I'll tell you, it stunts him a lot. It's multifaceted and it's multi-layered. Every facet has several dimensions to it. It's from every conceivable fucking angle. The men in this generation in America have been dealt such a shit hand compared to our fathers and their fathers before them. And what the real cherry on top is, feminism has absolutely turned the women that should be our partners, that should be helping us cope with the world, that should be our greatest allies in dealing with the problems of the world. They've turned women against us because now every guy's a rapist. Believe all women. Believe all women, even if they've been proven to be a liar. Yes, every man. Yeah, that fucking hashtag. Yes, every man. No. Feminism has destroyed intersex fucking relations, and men have let it happen by being weak, spineless bitches that let feminists pollute the pool. They didn't look their wives in the eye and say, that friend of yours is a toxic bitch. I need you to stop associating with her. They didn't look their daughters in the eye and say, none of this is healthy for you. And I'm saying this with all the love in my heart, baby. If you want to be happy, don't buy into this bullshit. A generation of spineless baby boomer fathers and a generation of feminist mothers has created 2 generations of men now, millennials and Gen Z, who have no fucking idea how to be men.
Mm-hmm.
And feminism did that to us.
Well, yeah, and it's also...
That's why, no, Caitlin, hang on, not done. That's why men feel invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything that's being held up by pop culture and the government and fucking movies and TV, feminism and progressive values and the LGBTQ, because all of it has told men that what we want, a good woman and a job that we can support her with, all of that is toxic. We shouldn't have expectations of women. We shouldn't want to support women. That's toxic masculinity. All the things that are literally rooted in our DNA are toxic. That's why men feel alone. That's why men feel demoralized. And that's why so many of us are so fucking pissed. End rant.
Yeah. But also, I would have to say women are also to blame for this.
Well, I just said that. I literally just said that.
In the sense that, when you said it's, part of it is to blame for, the fathers having been weak. But also it's on the fault of women not being discerning.
Yeah.
And also being lazy and spoiled and not, wanting to take responsibility and say, hey, you know what? It's okay that I have to do the uncomfortable thing.
Yep. We live in a society today that is so comfortable that it has bred weakness directly into the animal. And that is, again, that's a fundamental principle in psychology. It's inarguable. Comfort breeds psychological weakness. It breeds laziness. The more comfortable you are, the less diligent you are about the things you need to be diligent about. That's why there's an entire generation of fathers that were too fucking lazy to give their kids the basic principles they needed to function in society. That's why there's 3 generations running now of people who are so politically apathetic that they've let the country descend into the state it's descended into, because they got so fucking comfortable they couldn't be bothered to open their eyes and do something about the problems.
Yeah.
And that's on men and women. That's absolutely more so on men, I'd actually argue. Feminism's a huge fucking problem, but when it really fucking comes down to it, at every fucking stage, at every fucking turn, men could have said, this is getting to be a real serious problem, and we should probably all step up and say, okay, no, this is bullshit, and we're going to take the reins back. But none of them did.
Right.
None of them had the guts to stand up and say, this is a problem. This is going here. None of them. 3 generations in a row now. And now here's Gen Z. Here's Gen Z and millennials. And we are in a fucking unnavigatable quagmire. Half the fucking swamp is on fire. The other half is fucking poison gas. There's fucking enemies at the gate. And the entire fucking barge that we all used to live on in the middle of the fucking swamp has sunk into the mud, and we don't have any tools to get it out. That's why men feel so alone, because they feel hopeless, and they don't even have a good woman at their side to tell them, hey, at least we have each other.
Right. Yeah. Plus, you still have that echo from the Greatest Generation of when their whole mindset was the only reason why, how do I articulate this? It's you have what you have because you went out and you got it. So if you're kind of the same mentality of you are the owner of your own success. So now, yeah. Yeah. So now you have this incredible, just oversaturating feeling of inadequacy, which is like with the whole Andrew Tate thing and why he's able to exploit so many people is because they all feel inadequate. Because there's this permeating ideal that, hey, well, the only person that is responsible for whether you are successful or if you fail is you yourself.
And that's not just a greatest generation thing, though. That attitude was propelled to the top and enshrined by the greatest generation and previous generations before them. That's kind of an American ideal, but that ideal is actually rooted again in our DNA. That's rooted in human psychology. Humans innately tie a certain amount of our self-worth to how productive we are. And that's an animal instinct. That's DNA deep. If I'm not contributing to my own upkeep, if I'm not contributing to the upkeep of others, I'm worthless.
Right.
You know that at a DNA level. That's not societal conditioning. That's a DNA level thing that we know. I have to be contributing to the pack or I'm not worth my weight.
Right.
DNA deep. Why do you think animals contribute to pack animals? They contribute to the pack. Why? Because they know that if they don't get to be in the pack.
Right.
It's DNA deep. So, and because it is DNA deep, because it's so deeply rooted, when men, especially, because it's much stronger in men, when men can't fulfill that need to be the provider, when they can't fulfill that need to take care of something, it decays us from the inside out. It's like mental cancer. I can tell you that 100% for certain because I've been living with that. I've been living with that cloud looming over me my entire life because one of the unfortunate realities of being as crazy as I am, it's hard to keep a job. It's hard to get promoted. I don't like I wear the crazy thing as like my gimmick and my thing, but it's like no, the hard reality of being me is I actually have mental health struggles that make it very hard to have regular employment. And that's not society's fault necessarily, but it is a reality that I have to live with. And the fact of the matter is that the economy is so bad that, you know, my dad had the same set or a similar set of mental health struggles, but he was still able to have a wife and kids, only being employed, 70% of his adult life because he was able to save while he was working and unemployment was enough to pay the mortgage and put a basic meal on the table. So being out of a job every now and then didn't set my dad that far back. In this day and age, every time I've lost a job, it has destroyed my life.
Yeah.
And I had to start over from scratch again and forget being promoted because there is just, that's one of the reasons I'm so thankful for you, Mason, because you're actually insightful enough and you actually look deep enough to see that I'm not a complete asshole. Most people in day-to-day life, especially at jobs, other men, they meet me and they think I'm a crazy, abrasive asshole and promotion is just something I'm never going to get in a fucking corporate job because I'm abrasive and people don't like me. And that's the reality of it. And that's the situation for a lot of men. Even it's a situation to a lesser extent for men who don't even have all the struggles I have because you know what? The employment market has just been bad. There's other societal factors at play, like being canceled by angry feminists. And all of this has built into the cultural quagmire that men are in. And that's why men feel alone. And that's why they're demoralized. And that's why they're turning to fucking pieces of shit like Andrew Tate. Does that make sense, Mason? Have I outlined it clearly?
Honestly, mate, I'm I'm kind of speechless and lost for words after all that. There's a lot to unpack, and there's some points where I seriously disagree with you, but at the same time, and I'm going to throw my hands up here and be completely honest, even though I don't know whether I should, I'm not smart enough or well versed enough in critical thinking to come back and articulate the way that I feel on certain things, especially without sounding confrontational. But everything that you said makes sense to me. It's clear what you mean, and I get that, and I definitely get how it could make people feel like that too.
Yeah, and listen, everything I just said was I was trying to speak to you in emotional terms to make you get the understanding. There's a lot of nuance to everything I just said. There's so many compounding factors and mitigating factors at every level of everything I just said. I'm telling you the emotional reality that many men live in, including myself. And because emotions aren't strictly logical, emotions aren't strictly fact-based. That's the emotional reality for most men in the U.S. in my generation. Well, I won't say. Well, no, I'll say most. I'll say most. To one extent or
I think one of the problems is we just come from completely different cultures, and I think we were raised in very different ways too. I think that a lot of the fundamental values that you uphold just don't really. I don't know. I just certain things like your view on masculinity of the way things should be. It just don't make sense to me in a lot of ways, and I just like it's so difficult, man, because I don't, you know, I'm like I'm just not a confrontational person. I avoid I avoid confrontation at all costs, and it's really difficult to articulate sort of what I mean here. I mean, for a start, let's unpack the thing about contributing to the pack and being a provider. Sometimes that's just not possible, and whether you meant to or not, you're kind of shitting on me a little bit there, as someone who literally was told you will never get a job, there will never be a career for somebody like you who makes YouTube videos because I want something to do. I'm not contributing to the pack in any way. I'm never going to be a provider. So what you like, you know, the subtext of what you said there acts as sort of accidentally calls me worthless.
Okay. Can I give you two counters to that?
Yeah, sure.
One of the counters to that, first of all, there's context to every situation, and every man must be taught by his father to understand and accept context and how it affects principles. So, look, situational ethics are generally bad, but the fact of the matter is that sometimes you do have to acknowledge realities that affect the reality of how you should apply your principle. Mason, you can't be called a failure for not being a provider when you were born with a disability that largely prohibits you. If you were born over here, you would have been afforded an opportunity to learn a job skill that you could have produced in the market. But in your country, that's not as easy or possibly just downright impossible for a man.
If I was born in the US, mate, I'd have been blind a long time before what I was, because there's no way I would have been able to afford all the treatment that I had.
That's not true. Your dad was in the military. You would have been covered under his. If he was in the military here, you would have been covered under his, and you still would have. Actually, look, medical innovation over here is ahead of what you guys have over there, and that's just a statistical and fact and science-based reality. We could have saved your vision, possibly. I'm not to make you feel like, oh, what if or anything, but like that's just not true. That's a misconception that a lot of people have. And even if your dad hadn't been in the military over here, dude, I had 3 eye surgeries as a kid. My family has always been lower middle class to poor. my dad spent large parts of my childhood unemployed, and I had 3 eye surgeries as a kid to have muscle taken out of my eyes because I had lazy eye so bad I was basically looking at the inside of my skull a good chunk of the time, because my mom had good enough insurance through her work that she had for most of my childhood. So it's just a reality that what you just said, it holds up for like the most ultra shittiest people in the shittiest situations in our country. But and it's getting more true, by the way, with each passing day, because those jobs are going away because the economy's so bad.
To contextualize, though, you had the 3 surgeries. I had roughly 1 surgery, maybe 2 a year, and I was on daily prescriptions for multiple eye drops that I would have to take 4 to 5 times a day.
Yeah, I'm absolutely not saying that our situation's comparable, but I can tell you, okay, so with I know that military insurance, if your kid has something like that, that's vision is there's a high premium on maintaining vision in our medical system, so that would be covered. Anything related to maintaining vision would be covered under your medical insurance for your kid. So all of that stuff would have been paid for under a man's military insurance here in the States.
Okay.
So, and then the other thing you said, what was the other thing you said, Caitlin? So first of all, you can't apply the principle to you because of your disability in the first place. But second of all, don't sell yourself short, Mason. Don't sell yourself short. You're contributing to the pack in a meaningful way. And that meaningful way is you're funny and you're entertaining. And the content you're putting out is high quality content that's actually genuinely entertaining and valuable to the people consuming it. It's satire that makes a good point a lot of the time. In the case of The Bleeding Ground, it's just a damn good story that highlights some of the darkness that's in the human soul. And that's always a good thing to reflect on because we need to know what not to be. You are providing value to the pack, Mason. I would never call you worthless. The service you are providing to the pack for free, because you're not being paid for your YouTube channel yet, you are not only providing value to the pack, but you're doing it entirely because you want to do it. That is an incredible thing to be doing, sir. You're the farthest thing from worthless. You were told, yeah, you're not going to be a productive part of society, fuck off. And you said, nah, fuck that. I am going to do something productive and worthwhile. And you made your YouTube channel, Mason in the Dark. And there's so much on there that is genuine contribution to society, bro. Never, ever would I call you worthless.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. In all fairness, those are very nice words. And now I've regressed into I've regressed into the British. Oh no, he's saying nice things. What do I do?
I mean every word of it. I really do. And just because you're not making a shit ton of money doing something doesn't mean it's not worth doing. Money isn't everything. You're in a situation where I don't know how your financials work out, but obviously you're in a situation where you have food, you have a roof. So you're not in a situation where you have to be the breadwinner. So you're free to do something else that's contributing to the pack. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes life deals a shit hand and we have to work around the shit to still be a good man. And that's what you've done.
I mean, the other thing that I sort of don't particularly understand is I don't understand how progressive values and LGBT contributes to a negative aspect of society. I mean, considering that I would call myself a pretty progressive person, especially as someone who thinks that, obviously, from a narrow point of view, disability, things need to be. The fact that I was told you're never going to be a productive member of society, fuck off. That needs to change. That's a basic. That's a basic inequality in society that needs to be sorted. And as a member of the LGBT LGBTQ society
Mhm.
that has dated men in the past, and if I ever broke up with Lee, would not say that I wouldn't end up with a man. I don't really see how that contributes to a negative aspect of society.
Okay, let me outline both of those for you. So, when I say that progressive politics are bad for society, here's what I'm talking about. Progressive politics have gone from let's move society forward to let's upend everything that was. That's at least how it is here in the States. And actually, because I follow a few people who talk about news on your side of the pond, that's kind of how it is over there too. Let's upend everything that was, because I'm sorry, one second. Let's upend everything that was because it came before, so it's bad. They want to upend traditions like marriage, and we know that's the case because look at the state of marriage in our country. Look at the laws that have changed to make no-fault divorce so common. Divorce rates were much lower before no-fault divorce because now that those laws exist, women can just tuck and run with zero fucking consequences. Actually, not only zero consequences, a lot of the time coming out rich with the kids. There's progressives' attacks on other institutions like the Constitution, our very rights. Oh, those were written by white dead men. You don't actually need those rights. Fuck your Fourth Amendment. Fuck your First Amendment. Fuck your Second Amendment. You can't say those words. I don't care about your First Amendment. Those words hurt me. You're not allowed to say that. That's progressives pushing that, Mason. I have a right to speak. As long as I'm not using my speech to hurt someone in a direct, tangible way, like telling someone to shoot someone and then the person shoots them, if I'm not doing that, I have a right to say whatever the fuck I want. And that's not from the government, that's from God. And progressives are the one attacking that in my country right now. That's what I'm talking about when I say progressives are eroding our culture and our institutions. Now, the thing about the LGBTQ. The LGBTQ is bad for the morale and mental health of the average straight guy in this country, because every designation of man other than straight white man has been placed above straight white men. And that includes if you're gay. If you're gay, if you're bi, if you're trans, if you're non-binary, whatever, you have more value placed on you in our society than a straight guy. And that's just an objective fact. Look at how they're treated in Hollywood. They're disproportionately represented by a factor of 10. Look at how they're treated by the law. They get special protections in the courtroom. Look at how they're treated in university. If you're straight and white in university, you're literally told to shut up so the gay dude can talk over you. And that's not an exaggeration. I've seen multiple videos. It's not an imagined fake thing. This is a class of people that are being put above another class of people, and that has demoralized, obviously, the class of people being put below, and that's straight guys. I'm not saying that LGBTQ people are bad. I'm friends with a gay dude who constantly hits on me, by the way. I think it's funny, and I stay friends with him. I have no problem against you if you're trans. I don't care what you do with your life. Don't impose your life on me, and don't petition my government to treat you better than me. But that's exactly what's happening. That's why.
Also, I would like to say that in the previous conversation, the thing that was mentioned in tandem with progressive politics was feminism. The BLT community was not mentioned. Feminism and the alphabet soup people.
No, he did 100% mention LGBT. He said progressive values and LGBT.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Because I was about to say feminism and that don't have anything to do with each other, only just within the last few years because of an insidious infection for the purpose of trying to erase women.
And that's something I
in the worms. But yeah.
Was that just a groan, Mason?
It's one of those. Look, for the last however many hundreds of years, thousands of years, people were not allowed to be themselves. Over the last maybe 40 years at a push, the attitude towards people in what you would now call the LGBTQ community has gotten better. People are now in a position where they can be open and honest about who they are. So yeah, that has caused a situation in which people wear that badge loud and proud. And you know what? I can't blame them, because as a member of that community myself, and as a blind person too, guess what? I'm going to wear that badge loud and proud, because I've been treated like shit because of who I am all my life. So why am I not going to wear that badge loud and proud?
Right. Yeah. But I will have to say, though, it's like a very wise man said last night. Okay. The problem here is the fact that a lot of these people are taking the stick with which they've been beaten, picking it up, and using it on others.
Exactly.
And that is what's not right here.
Exactly.
That is where the problem is coming in.
And also, addition does not equal subtraction. Trans women being accepted by society does not erase women. If we have gender neutral bathrooms, that doesn't get rid of same-sex bathrooms. If we have different things like that, it's a matter of, like I say, addition does not equal subtraction.
Right. Now, I will say,
Rarely. Kate, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just have.
No, it's okay. I will say, okay, having a gender neutral bathroom is fine as long as that is what you have it labeled as. Period. The end. But do not have clearly stated a woman's bathroom. That's the sign. It only says women. Period. The end. That's the thing. Do not have that and allow something with a dick to walk in there calling itself a woman wearing a skirt. No, because then you will have the situation like what happened to that girl in that high school who got raped.
Because the sign, if it was magically different, would have stopped that predator from doing what they wanted to do, because it's some sort of magical boundary.
Okay, Mason, you're making a God, what's the? It's not non sequitur.
Well,
you're engaged in a logical fallacy. I can't remember the exact name of it, but here's the logical fallacy. Okay, no, Mason, the sign doesn't stop them.
Right.
What stops them is the cultural recognition that the sign means something. And before this movement existed, if a guy saw someone who was obviously a guy walking into the women's restroom, he was allowed to say, hey, bro, dude, that's the wrong one. And the person going in, even if they'd known that, would have been like, oh, you're right, and walked away. But now the person's like, I'm a woman, and they go in and do it anyways. That's the problem, Mason. Yeah. And see, I've always said, if someone commits to being trans, if they get the surgery, if they take the hormones, fine, use the other restroom. I don't care. My problem is with dudes who don't even commit at all. They throw on a wig and horrible makeup, and now they say they're a woman, and they go in and they victimize women. And this is not a one-off thing. It's not just the girl in the high school. It happened here in a park in Seattle. It happened in another place in Utah. It happened here. It happened there. I've seen lists of news stories covering it. It's not a one-off thing. Women are being victimized by this acceptance that predators can now waltz into their private spaces unchecked. I have nothing against trans people using the bathroom they want to use. Right. The problem is that predators pretend to be trans to get access to vulnerable people. And that's not a myth. It's not. I don't care how many times you shout it's transphobic. I don't care how many times you say that it's a fucking one-off situation. I've seen compilations of news articles that exactly describe the thing.
Yeah.
That's why. That's why it's bad, Mason. And then that doesn't even cut.
Don't even get me started on the prisons.
It's, oh God. And then, yeah, guys that have a sex offender criminal registry a mile long, and they say, oh, I'm a woman now, and then they go to prison and beat the shit out of every cellmate they have and get half of them pregnant. That's a whole nother problem that's happening over here. They don't take hormones. They don't get any surgery. They literally just grow their hair out and start saying they're a woman. And in California, they send you to the women's prison, and you get to beat your cellmate half to death and rape her for months, and the prison doesn't do anything. Yeah, good job, progressives. You did that. Oh, isn't that great for women? Yeah. I'm sorry, Mason, I understand what you're saying. Making progress in society is a good thing. Looking at things that were and analyzing them and saying, is this a good thing? And then taking serious thought, and if it's not a good thing, getting rid of it. I'm for that. I'm not opposed to change. I'm opposed to it's old, rip it out. Because some things that are old are tried and true for a reason. And gender norms are one of those things. They protect the very fabric of society. And this has historical precedent, by the way. You look at Mesopotamia, you look at Greece and Rome and all these ancient empires. One of the main things that you saw right at the turn, right when their empire literally burned to the ground, gender norms disappeared. It's consistent. Every time an empire falls, men start doing all kinds of sexually horrendous things.
Yeah.
Little boys are now fucking dildos. Excuse me. Little boys are now fleshlights. Women are just treated as objects to the worst degree. It's consistent. And so having a certain level of sexual propriety as a standard in your society is good for the animal and good for the pack. And that's just science, man.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm doing this. I did this thing again where I'm like getting hyper aggressive and raising my voice. And I don't mean to be in attack mode, Mason. I'm sorry. It's just I really don't mean to be in attack mode. It's just these things. You know, I've said it before. I was sexually abused as a kid. When I think about the reality that there are multiple, I've read the stories. I've sat at my desk and cried while reading the news article. There's multiple little girls. One sticks out in my head because the headshot of the fucking offender was just so, it was like looking at a swamp creature. This person was a friend of the family, and they were a guy that started calling themselves a woman a year ago, and they followed this 5-year-old girl into the Chuck E. Cheese bathroom and raped her.
Yeah.
As a kid who had, it was my experience wasn't even nearly that bad. But as a kid who had something happen to him, I can't not get enraged when I know this shit is going on and I know that it's completely preventable. Because 20 years ago, someone saw that guy walking into that restroom, they'd have been like, hey, buddy, wrong restroom. And the person would have been like, you're right, my bad. Even if they wanted to go in there real bad, they were like, shit, if I go in here, that guy is either going to follow me in or he's going to go get the people who run the joint and they're going to get me out. Mm-hmm. It's not the sign that protects people. It's the societal expectations around the sign.
Yeah.
And I just can't not get mad when I think about the people who are being hurt.
Yeah.
I just can't get... Yeah.
I mean, you are literally talking to someone who was abused by a woman, though. Too by let's not call her a woman. She was older than me, though, and she was a teenager, and I was like 10, 11 years old. So it isn't just men that do it, and it isn't just isn't just trans women that do this shit either.
Again, well, here's the thing. I don't think that genuine trans people like guys that actually have genuine gender dysphoria and they get the hormones and they get the procedures, they're not sexual offenders at a rate any higher than regular guys or regular women. It's the same. It's that sexual offenders pretend, Mason. They use the mantle. They use the identity as a shield from the law, and it works.
They're being allowed to do it because people are too afraid to offend people.
Yeah. I have no...
Well, that word's being thrown out there as well, by the way, the offend thing. Can we just touch on freedom of speech too? Because I think a lot of the time freedom of speech gets confused with freedom from consequences, right? And you can make light of using words hurts people, but that attitude that contributes to the culture that leads to me not being able to go down to the shop for 5 minutes to get some electric without without having the piss taken out of me. Because well, they should be allowed to do that because they have freedom of speech, and really all they're doing is using words, and that shouldn't hurt you. And when it comes down to it, what they say doesn't hurt me, because some guy going, no, go to the right a bit, go to the left a bit, no, sorry, forwards, left, right, oh no, sorry. That is stupid. It's lazy. It's absolutely the bottom of the barrel level of humor. But the fact that that guy felt comfortable enough to do that is disgusting. And yeah, people should have freedom of speech. They should be able to do what they want. But at the end of the day, marginalized people, like disabled people, and well, I'll just stick with disabled people because I can actually speak for them. Marginalized people should be able to stand up and say, you know what? I don't want you to say those words to me because they do hurt.
Mason, I'm not disagreeing with you. Remember what I just said about an expectation of cultural decency. I said that earlier. I 100% that there should be an expectation of cultural decency. Yeah. Freedom of speech and cultural decency not only are not mutually exclusive, they run hand in hand. How can I be decent to you if I'm not allowed to be honest with you, first of all? But we also have to set a standard in our societies that says we have to treat each other with at least a little fucking respect, guys. And that has been, man, again, weak fathers. Weak fathers have failed to instill that. Got comfortable, let their kids grow up to be little shits. I agree, Mason, that that's egregious behavior. It's absolute scumbag shit to do. And I actually disagree with you. It is actually potentially harmful because if you were gullible, you could have potentially done some of that shit and walked out into traffic. So no, that guy is a piece of shit. And I agree with the point you're making. But you have to be free to say what you want to say. Because when you use threat of force to control people's behavior, that is inherently immoral. And that also applies to speech. If you use the threat of government force to tell someone you're not allowed to make that joke, you're not allowed to post that meme, you have to say this in regards to the baker that was forced to make a wedding cake. You can't use force to dictate speech. But unfortunately, there's sometimes, Mason, here's the hard reality of it. There is no government solution to a problem. It has to be cultural. And people not being pieces of shit to people with a disability, that's something that there has to be a cultural move for. The government will never make a piece of legislation that accomplishes that goal. They can't. You cannot foster kindness and empathy and mercy through force. It's impossible. And force is the only tool the government has.
You have to leave it up to people's self-governance, which, is why it's important to have things like free will and, allowing people to say what they're going to say, because how else would you be able to determine, okay, well, this person is actually a good person or this person is actually a piece of shit, if they were not allowed to, through their exercise of their free will, just show that instead of, going off of what everything else is telling you to believe that, okay, well, only these certain kinds of people are good and only these certain kinds of people are pieces of shit because, they follow all the sheep and these people don't.
Yeah, and I agree with you that the government has no place telling people that they're not allowed to say certain things. At the end of the day, I'm never going to turn around and say that what that guy did should have been made illegal, because at the end of the day, that's just not right. But I just wanted to tackle that freedom of speech thing. That was all.
Yeah, man. And God, I always feel like such an asshole because I feel like I go overboard when I'm defending the things I believe and say.
No, dude, it's okay. At the end of the day, you're passionate about stuff, and if look, the fact of the matter is that culturally and politically we are very different people, but I don't know, the fact that we can sit here and have this conversation like adults and hear what each other has to say it can only be a good thing.
I agree.
And if anything, it should be like this more often, because the left and the right are shouting at each other so fucking much that's what's leading to the extremism on both sides.
Yeah.
And if people could just actually fucking sit down and listen to each other and be reasonable, things would just be better.
Yeah. And oh, sorry. If you're, go ahead.
Literally, all I was going to say is just I didn't want to turn this into a confrontational thing, but I also I hate sitting here and not saying anything about my thoughts, because I just have no respect for that.
I mean, they wouldn't want you to.
No, I know.
I absolutely want to hear your thoughts. And Mason, I can't stress enough, a lot of the things you say, we don't have a fundamental disagreement. It's that a lot of the time I feel like there's context that you're not considering, or there's nuance that isn't being properly analyzed. I understand the sentiment and the genuine good intention behind all the things you believe, and we agree there. Mason, I want people to be happy. I want this is why these conversations are good, because understanding can be fostered between the two of us. I know you believe that people deserve rights, and I believe that you believe that. It's just that there has to be a conversation about the best way to get to the best place for the most people. And I just get too passionate when those conversations take place.
Well, the thing is, I do too, and that's why I had to say something, because there are certain things. I mean, like, one of the things you touched on earlier was like overrepresentation of different, different parts of society. And I know that this is a fucking huge thing with the whole woke backlash against different TV shows and stuff.
Yeah, Rings of Power, notably right now. Yeah,
which honestly, I don't really understand what they even mean, to be honest. Yeah. Like, and that's me being genuinely honest. Is that nobody has stopped for even a second to explain what the fuck they mean about Rings of Power being woke. But before we get onto that, because I know we will, again, I have to express that I come from a very narrow viewpoint, because I don't like speaking for other people. I don't like speaking for other communities. The only people I can speak for are disabled people. We are woefully and unforgivably underrepresented.
I agree.
I have tried to find blind characters. They don't exist, especially not with without some sort of overcoming their disability type superpower or something like that, right? And I'm not saying that this next example, I'm not saying that this is you or Kate, but some people on the opposite side of the TV is too woke thing, right? They take issue as soon as someone is represented, right? Let's take, for example, a recent Doctor Who episode, okay? a woman in that episode, the actress only has one arm, right?
Yeah.
The episode didn't focus on it whatsoever. Didn't make a point out of it. The character didn't mention it. She was just there. The actress has one arm. The character has one arm. Wasn't mentioned.
Right.
The people who don't like TV being woke, oh God, the BBC pushing their woke agenda and all that sort of thing. And it just gets to the point where it's hard not to react to it, because it's like, oh well, it's just when you see disabled people on your screen then.
Yep. And let me just hop in and say that is a perfect example of people that generally would fall on my side going way too fucking far. I absolutely agree with you, Mason. If they didn't make a point of it, even if they had made like a joke or two to highlight it, or in some way made it a small part, like she'd ended up in a situation where she really needed both arms, but she didn't have them. Even if it had been part of the story somehow, if it was done well, it should have been accepted. I think that because people have, and I understand why they do it. It's because they've been force-fed shit for so long that now they see shit everywhere, even when there is no shit. They're traumatized by all the shit force feedings. But they did the same thing over here with Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, people were calling it a woke propaganda piece, even though the only thing in there that was woke was that one of the characters had two moms. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't woke. And I'm sorry, guys, you're going too far. You're witch hunting now. There's nothing wrong with the movie. It's not woke propaganda. It wasn't thrown in our faces. It wasn't a huge overbearing part of the story. She had two moms. She missed her moms because they were separated. She talked about her two moms sometimes because she was a kid separated from her parent figures. It wasn't woke propaganda. It was a perfectly legitimate emotional response for the character. You're witch hunting, guys. Shut the fuck up. I see your point. That absolutely. My side's problem is legitimately placed in the fact that, statistically speaking, over here, we're just going to use the very generous estimate for the purpose of the argument. The LGBTQ over here, at least for a long time, was about 5% of the population. It's grown recently because there's a fad element to it now, and that's a whole separate argument that we can have if you want to. Not argument, discussion. I apologize. Sorry. Natural combat mindset. I'm sorry. So, anyways. I got to get out of that. That's programming from my childhood that I'm still working on. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I need to get over my aversion to confrontation too.
So, anyways, about 5% of people, LGBTQ over here on this side of the pond. Okay, a meta-analysis of media from the last 5 years. LGBT characters are about 20 on the low end, 50 on the high end % of main characters in media. That is such an extreme, over gross representation of a population. And the reason it's especially bad, and it's especially a reason that people on my side of the fence are getting pissed off about it, is because that character is always the little darling character. They're always the star. They're like, if they're a side character, they are the side character. They're the linchpin cornerstone side character, or it's the main character. And their sexuality is held up as being the most important thing about them. It's not just that they're gay. It's that being gay has defined their life, and everything about their struggle and all their hardships in life somehow go back to the fact that they're gay. That's what pisses us off. I don't care if there's a gay character in your story. I have to buy chicks in my story, partially because bi chicks are hot. But I have no problem with LGBTQ being in your story. I have a problem with them being the absolute focus of your story for the sake of it. If you have a gay character, fine, you have a gay character. Don't make that character being gay the whole character. First of all, that's insulting to gay people. And second of all, it's bad writing.
Right. Yeah.
But you know full well though that I'm going to get that reaction when I eventually, or if Blurry ever eventually gets published. It's going to be the same thing. Even though I have the right to tell that story and fictionalize my own experiences and shine a light on the discrimination that I've faced, that's going to come up against scrutiny. That's going to be called woke propaganda. But people deserve a voice, man. They deserve to tell their story. And at the end of the day,
yeah,
when it comes down to that over representation, I think eventually that representation will probably die down. I think a lot of it is probably to do with that explosion of freedom and people feeling like they finally have the freedom to be open and honest about who they are. So I do think in the future that it'll die down. But the point is, as well, is that guess what? When it comes to heterosexual characters, and especially heterosexual men, you can find a lot of stories with those as your protagonists. You can go back hundreds of years and find more stories than you could even fit in a library.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that overrepresentation is a reaction to that fact. It's pumping out these stories that people have been desperate to tell for a long, long time. And people like me in the disabled community, we still don't get that chance. And that's why I want to do Blurry in the future, because I do feel like that's an important story to tell. But I do at the same time feel very nervous about it because I know how many people will jump on me about it being woke.
Okay, just 1 second. Mason, I just want to say really quick, and if that happens, if people jump on that shit for being woke, I will personally tell each and every one of them to shut the fuck up. I really will. I like I said, I agree with the meteor point, especially where disabilities are concerned. I don't think representation is a bad thing. It's when it's shoved down people's throats to the extent that it has been, especially in American media. But, like you said, you have a very legitimate reason to be telling that story and making the disability the focus of that story, because it is an area that is still genuinely underrepresented. And you just have the right to tell the story. That's true. So yeah, man, if you do encounter that when you publish it, you have my full support, and I will gladly tell everyone on my side of the aisle to shut the fuck up, because you have a good point, man. And I just wanted to get that out. Caitlin had something.
Well, what I was going to say was, it's not about, they're finally free to say, whatever, and that's why there's so many. The only reason why there is an oversaturation of it is because so many places have found a way to monetize it. That is the end-all to be-all only reason why. And that's why, more disabled people are not represented, is because it's not marketable.
It's not profitable.
No, well, I can 100% agree that, like I said, as a member of that community, I can 100% agree that there are definitely projects out there where it is used in a cynical way, and it is a marketing tool.
Yeah, and that's the majority of projects out. I mean, you can look at Tradpole; it's literally in their metadata.
So when you say in a cynical way, are you talking about characters like Daredevil?
I mean, I wasn't talking about disability in that one particular case.
I
was sort of following Kate's train of thought with the LGBT thing. Like I say, I do agree that in certain cases, people are definitely putting LGBT characters in there to appeal and to sell, and I don't think that can be. I don't think that can be denied. But I just personally, I'm one of those people that I would prefer to. I'd prefer to just ignore the ones that are doing it for cynical reasons, so that I can get the stories from the people who are genuinely who it matters to, and who are trying to tell, genuinely meaningful stories. And I get why people can't. I get why certain people don't want to and can't do that, but I'm just saying that's my personal stance.
Yeah, and I agree with that method. I think I think just tuning out and not giving the attention to the garbage that's profit-based propaganda. I think that just ignoring it and going to the stuff that actually there is a good story and a meaningful message, I think that's the right approach.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's some other compounding cultural factors that don't have to be gone into that are exacerbating the problem from other angles. But at a grassroots level, Mason, your approach is the one that should be taken. I agree.
Yeah. Write your stories with purpose. Make it, something that's integral to the story, not,
Well, and as an audience member, don't give your money to garbage.
Right. Yeah.
That's Mason's point. Don't give your money to trash.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, on a side note, Daredevil can go fuck himself.
There it is. I knew it'd be in there somewhere because you've ranted about that character. Hang on. I have been holding in a piss for like 45 minutes. Hang on.
My God. Okay. Yeah. Because the sad thing is, it's like, because that once the trend dies down of all these people who are obviously, mentally ill or pretending to be mentally ill for getting TikTok views coming out here. Once all of that dies down and they realize that all of the money from that has dried up, it's all going to go away.
Holy shit. I've just seen the time. It's late as hell.
Yeah. But see, time flies when you're having stimulating conversation.
And you're having frightening conversations.
Oh, wow. Same thing. Excitement and anxiety are the same thing, don't you know? Just,
oh God, I hope not.
Just depends on what lens you're looking at them through. Yeah. The difference between whether it's anxiety or excitement is whether or not you're smiling.
On a side note, though, I'm genuinely excited for the Rings of Power, and I can't wait for it to come out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm disappointed that it won't have audio description, but any Middle Earth is.
That was the most piss anyone has ever pissed in a single piss ever.
Oh my. Yeah, we will see how they do it if they butchered it like Netflix butchered Persuasion.
Oh, what are we talking about now?
I was saying I'm genuinely looking forward to Rings of Power and seeing how that pans out, because I'm just looking forward to having the opportunity to dive more into Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Did you articulate the point about why people are angry about the woke aspect of it, Kate?
Well, I was just saying, I may take a look at it, if only to see, what merit it has, and if they butchered it as badly as Netflix butchered Persuasion.
Okay. Does it not annoy you though that certain people in the anti Rings of Power camp, one of the things that I get having a problem with certain aspects, right? But when you come out and you say something that is inherently not true to back up your point, like, oh, this show is woke propaganda, Galadriel wasn't a fighter, and you're like, well, if you think Galadriel wasn't a fighter, then you know fuck all about Middle Earth, mate, because Galadriel was 100% a fighter.
But in a different way than she's represented in the show.
How? Because she was literally around during the Kinslaying. She was literally fighting in the most horrific war known to Middle Earth.
Mm-hmm. But not in the way that they've portrayed her in the show. Like, they've made her the central sword-wielding badass.
Well, that's because the Second Age, we at the end of the day, the audience need a through point. And one of the things with Rings of Power, because of how long the timeline is that they've had to compress. You literally can't do it. You can't do it the way people want it, because if you have Rings of Power following the actual true timeline, you're going to have these 5 elves that are around, and each season you're going to have to completely recast your human characters because they will be dead next season. Because you'll have done a 200, 300 year time jump.
Yeah.
So and there's only a handful of characters that are around in the Second Age that are still around in the First Age. And someone like Galadriel, the reason that it works that she's the main character is they've got wiggle room with an adaptation of Galadriel, because Tolkien changed his mind on her so many times. If you go and watch a Galadriel video of breaking down her history, it's really fucking complicated because nobody knows the true version, because even Tolkien didn't know the true version.
Or maybe Tolkien knew the true version and he liked having multiple decoy versions out there to see what people latched onto.
Well, I mean, she was a multifaceted character. Yeah.
Which I'm sure they'll explore in the show. And you also, it's a good entry point for fans, because it's someone that other than Elrond, right? Because the Istari haven't arrived yet, so Gandalf not there, Saruman not there. At this point, Sauron can change his form. He's going to be pretending to be someone good so that he can work his way in and trick the elves into making the rings. So you can't focus on him because we can have a good mystery out of who is Sauron. And other than Elrond, there is not really anyone that's recognizable from the Second Age to the Third Age, which is, for the majority of fans, is what they know, because The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit is set in the Third Age. So just as an entry point to the series, following someone that we are familiar with, like Galadriel or Elrond, makes sense to me.
Yeah. However, they could have, done this without making Nori a girl.
I'm not even sure who Nori is. The dwarf?
Yes.
I haven't heard anything about that, to be honest.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, there's making Nori a girl because more whammon, and there's making one of the elves black when the elves were clearly described as being a pale white race. That's the kind of stuff that I think people should be focusing on when they're discussing how wokeism has ruined the project. In terms of Galadriel,
Or they want to talk about how there's an absence of, darker skinned people in the Lord of the Rings universe. The people from Karn, or
yeah, well, I mean that you're getting into a different thing there, because there isn't an absence of dark skinned people, but guess what? They're all the villains. They're all on Sauron's side.
Hang on. Even if that's true, let me make a point here. Middle-earth is supposed to be a mythos for England. Who did England historically have a lot of conflicts with? Muslims. Put the fucking story in the historical context of the mythos it's supposed to be providing for the people of England.
But that's not what Tolkien believed. Tolkien wanted his story to be applicable. He was more than happy for people to take his framework and tell different stories in that framework. He wanted people to do that. And for a story to be applicable to modern society, you need to show different people.
Because in his letters, he specifically said, you can apply it as you like. However, whatever you do not change the characters, do not change the world, do not change the structure of the supernatural aspects or the magic, because then it doesn't work as it should, and it will not be Middle-earth anymore.
So we should just make an entire show with no black people?
No. I mean, if you want that to be like Middle Earth, there are the people from Karn. They're the guys with the Oliphants. You have the wild men who, helped Aragorn. I mean, there are plenty of them in there. It's just a matter of going to those places. If you want to create stories within the mythos, use the things that are there. Just, don't act like they're not for the sake of, trying to rah gaslight people.
I think that's taking it a bit too far and making it a bit too insidious. It's not gaslighting.
Well, let's put it this way. They're too lazy to actually read and do the proper research in order to build a show. They wanted quick, shake and bake. Oh, hey, what's easily marketable? What do people like? They like this. We're going to insert ourselves into this epic thing because, we don't want to actually exercise our brain to come up with something original.
This pepperoni was carefully.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, it's difficult for me. Like, and I really don't mean this in a blasé, disrespectful way. It's really hard for me to care because I just don't. I mean, for a start, I'm blind, so I'm just literally not gonna know.
Right.
If an elf comes on screen and they're black, I'm just not gonna know.
Right.
So it's really hard for me to care about that sort of thing. And I like I say, I really don't want that to come across as like, well, you're stupid for having that viewpoint, because I understand where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that's why I struggle to, you get my point.
We do, yeah. And plus, putting any racial politics aside, let's just throw that aside. It's just disrespectful to take something that a master has crafted, undeniable master, and change it to suit your own whims.
Yeah.
Tolkien said the elves are white. The elves are fucking white. Deal with it.
Right.
It's just fucking shitting on his memory to change things about his world because you don't like them. If you don't like his world, don't tell a story in it. Don't change his world because, I like everything about his world except this one little thing that he was wrong about. No. Fuck you.
Yeah. I mean, the reason why the source material in anything is as good as it is when you go to adapt, a novel to screen. Because there are really good adaptations of books to screen. They're rare, but they happen. But most of them, the reason why they are as good as they are is because they concentrate on what it was that made the source material as good as it was. So preserving the narrative is important.
Preserving the symbolism.
The symbolism is all.
People were perfectly okay with Peter Jackson making numerous changes to the world and the lore when it wasn't that he was adding black people in.
But
people laud those films as like the holy grail.
Can you give me some examples?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Well, okay.
It's very late and I'm tired.
I can't speak to, and I have, I'm that fake nerd who hasn't read The Lord of the Rings, so I can't speak to any of those changes that may or may not be there.
Well, then you shut up and let Kate talk because she can.
Okay, fine. Kate,
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, dude. I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, because I was gonna say, really, the changes that he made were really more to. They weren't to like source material structuring of how the world actually worked.
I mean, a pretty fundamental change that I've always had problem with is the forced misunderstanding trope between Frodo and Sam on the stairs of Cirith Ungol. where Gollum frames Sam for eating the lembas. Didn't happen in the books.
Well, I know that didn't happen, but that's on a series of events.
No, that fundamentally changes the discourse between Sam and Frodo. It changes their relationship. The fact that throughout the books they don't have a disagreement because Frodo implicitly trusts Sam and they implicitly entrust each other all the way through. That change inherently changes how Frodo and Sam's relationship works because it shows that Frodo doesn't 100% unconditionally trust and love Sam, and he can be turned against him. I'd say that's a pretty big character change.
I agree. Mason has a solid point there.
And on a character level, I don't necessarily forgive Peter for doing that either. But for the sake of discussion, that's a plot level thing. That's not actual world building and structure, which, just to go by Tolkien's, proviso of, yes, you can make this applicable, you can do what you like with it, just do not list. It doesn't fall into those categories.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, too. Were the hobbits, or at least the Harfoots, were they not described as being brown-skinned?
They were described as being, somewhat tannish from being outside, even though some of them, they were farming people. So, yeah.
Fair enough. That's my misunderstanding. I thought that they were described as being brown-skinned.
That leads me to a funny little thing. I don't know if I've told you this before, Mason. One time when I was a kid, I asked my mom if my dad was black because I thought my dad was at least half black because of how dark my dad's skin was because he'd spent a lifetime working outside.
Yeah. He must have had some serious Native American genes.
My mum tans massively, and I'm quite good at tanning too, but not like my mum. God, she goes like mahogany when she's been out in the sun.
Yeah, that's a good word for my dad. Yeah, red man.
Mm-hmm.
Red.
But on that note, I'm really gonna have to draw a line and say we're gonna have to call it a day because we've gone very late.
Yes,
absolutely. Hold on for just 1 second after I wrap it up here. Holy shit, Barry! Covers eyes and whispers.
Wow, Barry.
It's been a minute since we've seen you, Barry. How you been, man?
Have you been
Barry?
The whole time?
You are awesome.
Oh man, I was wondering if you disappeared into the ether, bro. Good to see you. How you catching us as we're tipping off because Mason has got to take off and we've been on for 4 hours. It has been a long time, bro. Leave us a comment after we end the live telling me what's been up with you, or you could just DM it on my Facebook page if you want to. Me and Barry have a conversation thread. How very native of you, Barry. All right, man. Hi, good hearing from you, man. Glad you're doing it. Well, I don't know if you're doing okay, but you're here and alive, so good to know.
We hope you're doing okay.
I hope you're doing okay.
Yeah.
And we're gonna dip off. That was some heavy shit, but it was fun though.
Stimulating.
All right. Welcome to the adventure.
Welcome to the adventure.